Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live. Here we are, the day before the Fed meeting on this Tuesday morning, December 9th. Joining me in studio, senior economist Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
Macro strategist Craig Shapiro. Good morning, Craig.
Good morning.
And on the big screen, he doesn't have his IU shirt on today. It's probably tucked somewhere under his desk, or it could be framed at this point. We're not really sure. We don't know. We can't see outside of that square box, but we know it's somewhere close. My man, senior market strategist Jimmy Case Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, everybody. It's another glorious day on the island. And Adele, you are right. I have gear lying all over the place from Indiana. I figure I got to get something out of this out-of-state tuition I was paying.
That's right, Jimmy. You should. Well, here we are, day before the Fed meeting, where all the bold predictions begin and all of the overreactions are set for tomorrow. And who knows? Who knows? Maybe, just maybe, we do get something a little bit outside the box. Who knows? We're expecting this hawkish cut. I also saw somebody saying, well, we're going to get 50 basis point.
No.
That's like, I was like, hold on. Time out. Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. But you never know. You never know. You doubt it, but you kind of don't. You kind of do know.
That's not going to happen.
And so here we are. Equities yesterday pulled back a little bit. Shai talked about it with me this morning. And Craig was messaging me. Obviously, the market doesn't like the bond pullback here a little bit. Eventually, at some point, does it start hitting the metals as well? We'll see, right? I mean, tomorrow is going to be a big day because of the bond market. I really do think that's it. If the bond market starts to escalate lower, ripple effects.
Absolutely.
Don't say we didn't tell you. I mean, we don't know exactly what it'll be like, but, end of the year, if you're teetering, holding on to a long position in equities and gold, and all of a sudden the bond market starts taking off to the downside, that's a hard position to hold on to. But if the bonds rally, then it's like, well, you know what?
We're good.
Start making dough, man. To get ready, making cookie dough. It's Christmas time, so we'll see. Anyway, a lot to talk about. Until then, Shai, the news.
Right, so China will get NVIDIA H200 chips, but not without paying Washington first. So the U.S. is going to allow NVIDIA to sell its H200 processors, its second best artificial intelligence chips, to China, and they will be charged a 25% fee on such sales. Donald Trump had said on Monday in a post. Of course, we had NVIDIA shares rising after hours after Trump made the announcement. Now, I just want to put a caveat here, because everybody's getting excited about this and what this means for AMD and Intel as well. Beijing has said that they want to limit access to NVIDIA's 200 chips, despite what Trump's decision is. And they have been pushing back. If you remember earlier this year, we had in August and September, they made announcements that they were asking domestic firms to pull back their usage of those chips. So I know everybody's really excited in what this means for the bottom line for NVIDIA's business, but I don't really expect a lot of business from China on this. So we'll kind of keep an eye on that. Next, we have the options traders are bracing for wild stock trading off the Fed decision. The implied move in U.S. stock market on Wednesday after the Fed's decision is just shy of 1% in either direction. A swing of that magnitude would mark the biggest move in the benchmark after a Fed's rate decision since March. So keep an eye on that. Options are telling us that we could have a very wild swing. We did have a U.S. small business optimism this morning at 7 a.m. That the index did rise 0.8 points to a 3-month high of 99. The improvement in the sales expectation was the biggest contributor to overall increase in the optimism index. So net 15% of owners expect higher sales volumes in the next 3 months. We have the CFTC deepens crypto push with approval of derivatives collateral. So the CFTC, which is the Commodities Futures Trading Commission, is now going to allow Ether, Bitcoin, and dollar-pegged stablecoin USDC to be used as collateral for derivatives trades, which is a huge change.
That's a really big thing.
Right. So this obviously pushes crypto deeper into kind of the plumbing of U.S. finance.
I like that. That's good.
And that, and then we had Man Group came out this morning. They said the Fed may need QE if market questions the new chair. So they said if anyone perceived to be less than independent, Hassett, is chosen as Fed chair and is focused on lowering rates on the long end, we suspect that person will have to resort to quantitative easing to offer the best chance to achieve that objective. Then we have JPM is expecting a hawkish cut from the Fed tomorrow. They're the latest bank to kind of jump in that. We expect Powell will stress with policy rates close to neutral. The time for risk management cuts is past, and that further cuts would only come with material deterioration in the labor market. And last but not least, Walmart debuts on the NASDAQ today, marking its first day of trading on the index.
Walmart's on the NASDAQ, huh? Interesting. A lot to pull back from that news. Some non-market, but still market directly related stuff in there. But what I want to talk about with you, Craig, is what the options market's seeing into tomorrow for this FOMC meeting. Expecting quite a big day.
Yeah, I was surprised to hear that. I mean, if you look at the VIX, it's been pretty compressed. And so, but look, when we have the zero data expiry options being as important as they've been, people can really just isolate the risk and all the, hedging that's necessary can be for tomorrow afternoon. So I'm not surprised to see that the markets are expecting that kind of 1% move. But broadly speaking, volatility has been sold down, pretty aggressively here over the last couple of weeks, both in equities and in bond volatility. Yesterday was finally, we saw a little bit of a pickup in the MOVE index, which is the fixed income volatility gauge for implied volatility. Realized volatility in fixed income is starting to pick up a little bit too. And so, look, I think that is the risk into tomorrow is what are yields going to do? What are bonds going to do? How's the bond market going to react to this hawkish cut or not? Now, there's also some expectations that are growing that the Fed may actually begin reserve management tomorrow, starting to buy more T-bills back, a view that's come out of Bank of America as a pretty good call on the Fed and the balance sheet decisions. They're calling for this idea of reserve management practice, RMP, which is basically the Fed going in and buying T-bills to help grow the balance sheet again, to relieve some of the funding strains that we've been seeing at the end of months, at the end of quarters, and what will happen again at the end of the year. So there's a growing expectation in the market that may actually come tomorrow too, depending on the size of it. It could be something that market participants really like, and so that would run counter to this idea of a hawkish cut, right? If the Fed's going to start to introduce balance sheet growth again, that could be the year-end Christmas surprise that everyone that Powell delivers to market. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. But I think broadly speaking, the hawkish cut makes sense to me because we have these two camps on the Fed, a hawkish camp that's concerned that inflation is not returning to target and that financial markets and financial conditions are extremely loose. And without a lot of the data, it's just hard to be aggressive with your expectations for cutting next year. It's possible we're very close to neutral already. And so I think Powell will give some credence to that view and is more likely to say, yes, we're going to cut tomorrow, today, whatever it is, but the outlook for the rest of next year, still TBD. We still got a lot of wood to chop. So I think that's most likely the message we're going to get.
Is it just me or this hawkish cut just as it's... I mean, he's done in May. I mean, what are they going to say that's so hawkish? I mean, when you say hawkish cut, it's we're just cutting less. I mean, I get that, obviously, but they're going to say... They always say they're going to look at the data anyway.
Yeah. I think the most
they haven't had much of.
The most hawkish thing that he could say, I think, would be if he came out and said something along the lines of, Powell, or the committee thinks the neutral rate is 3%, and
exactly.
we're close. We're in spitting distance, and we'll be there by the end of next year. And from there, we're not going much.
But then why are they even cutting? I mean, that's the point.
Yeah,
it's really strange to me.
I think the dot plot also could signify something hawkish, depending on how many dissents you have, because Powell is not used to having dissents, right? So the more dissents that we have, I think that would signify obviously a hawkish cut because you have people saying we shouldn't have cut this quarter.
And what's the
this
most that they could
meeting.
have? That
So,
would be 4, right? Isn't it?
4, possibly 5, but
Well, how can they do it with 5? Because Powell is able to veto that, or like, isn't it 9 people, or how many is it?
9.
it is 9 people, but you also have people. You have. We'll have to see what the minutes say, but there are other members that they all talk about it, but there's only 9 that actually make the actual decision. So we'll see.
This is like a giant HOA, is what this is. This is like the HOA. Well, the HOA over on that street says, you know what, man, I don't know about this cut. You know, this is just, I don't know, man. Come on.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think it'll be interesting to see what Stephen Myron does. He's obviously been the dove, of the committee, and we're going to get 25 tomorrow. Is he going to dissent again because he thinks we should get 50, or does he vote in line and say 25? And I think that would be potentially an indication that like Powell's herding the cats with a more of a down the middle approach, which kind of takes off that tail of we're going to go more aggressive next year. Is that a hawkish cut? Because your most dovish guy, brings up his dot, right?
Yeah,
So I mean, look, we're inside baseball here type stuff, and it's not the type of thing that I think most market participants are going to care, so much about. But when we've had volatility come in as much as we have, and we have a lot of data coming out after the Fed meeting, and we've seen the way this year has gone, maybe we'll have some two-way tape and some chop into next year. The question really is, what's the labor market really doing? Is it really slowing? We'll get some JOLTS data this morning, which is a little bit stale, but if we're getting further deterioration in the labor market and the Fed is not, more aggressively going to deal with it, I think that's something that the market will struggle with in January. Maybe that's not an issue for the rest of this year, but I think into next year, I think that becomes more of an issue.
No doubt. I agree. I just think that I don't want to say I don't really get annoyed by much. It takes a lot really to annoy me, especially in markets, because I've seen so many different things that it could really get under your skin if you let them. But it's like the hawkish cut to me is like, okay, they're not going to be raising rates. I mean, and it's just less cuts. And we know Powell's on his way out. And we know likely it's going to be Hassett, who's going to be cutting like nobody's business. So what is this, like a 4 or 5 month period where it's like, okay, yeah, I mean, he's kind of posturing here. Is he on his way out? We'll see. I mean, again, I'm excited for the markets to get a little bit busier. And I do think the bond market is a story. But I want to go to Jimmy now because we haven't brought him in yet. Jimmy, what are your thoughts on this conversation so far?
Well, it's interesting. As of close of business yesterday at the CME, the put call ratio for the 30-year Treasury bonds was 65 to 35, 65% puts, 35% calls. And, right now we're kind of at that 115 handle precipice right now. So this market's not feeling rosy about whatever the outcome is going to, whatever the narrative is, whatever the dot plot is, it's not feeling pretty good about it right now. And we're kind of sitting at that level right now. And we got July lows that are in focus, and then earlier lows that are in focus as well. So this could be a historic sell-off for this market. I'm not saying it's going to for sure, but it is paying attention to this Fed maybe more than the equity market is right now.
Yeah. All right. Let's go to the tape, everybody. This morning, S&P pretty much flat, 68.59. NASDAQ pretty much flat as well, 26,658. Russell flat, 25.25. Dow also pretty much flat, 47,813. Not often you see all the indexes pretty much unchanged, sharply unchanged, as we like to call it. Natty Gas, saw somebody in chat talk about that. They're saying that they think that Natty Gas is bottomed potentially in the near term. And we'll see what Shai thinks about that. We'll talk to her a little bit more about it. Natural gas at 478 this morning, down 130, 2.5%. A couple of pretty big clips it took out of that market over the last few sessions. Crude oils this morning, flat, 58.93. I mean, even crude oil, so it's always kind of flat lately. Gold is up $16, 42.33. Gold, it gets really interesting for gold too, man. Like if rates keep coming down, up, and bonds keep coming down at some point when you're hanging on to that gold trade and all of a sudden rates are going up on the long end, that's a hard position to hold on, especially when you had a year run the way that gold has and silver, and the rates are going up the long end. You go, sell some gold, buy some bonds. Who knows? Silver's at 59.28. up 1.5% this morning, and platinum's at 1668. Bond market this morning, long end ZB is at 115.10, still below that several months ago September low. Again, bonds up this morning, but still overall weak, the way I look at it on the chart. Ultra's at 118.15 on the 30s. 10-year yield comes in this morning at 4.166. Dollar up against the euro and the pound modestly. I mean, like a tick. So, but we call it up. And the yen is down maybe a third of 1% against the dollar. The yen's at 63.98 this morning. Yeah, I mean, Bitcoin's still bouncing around 90,000. That's what we've got.
I mean, markets are relatively flat across the board.
It's kind of the whole theme of what I just did there. Is just there's nothing doing much of anything. Natural gas is probably the only real standout mover this morning. Jimmy, again, back to you. Thoughts on this tape leading into tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean,
leading into today.
Silver's the story, man. I mean, silver's amazing. We're up almost 97% in the futures year to date. And if you think about the relationship to where we are with the equities, all right, NASDAQ's maybe up 18% in the futures year to date. RTY, up 11%, but 96 to 97% in the silver market with no end in sight. I mean, this thing is moving. So that's kind of takeaway. I know Tracy's been calling it, who's been ringing the bell forever on this thing. And she's right. So that's kind of that's the market of the year as far as I'm concerned. It's not over yet. The other kind of thing that struck me this morning was the yen. The yen is, again, I thought we're going to have a little bit of a lift on the yen US cross. Nope, we're back down, driving toward that recent low again with a total retracement failure right now. And a staggering stat here is, again, I'm going to go to that put call ratio, and the CME publishes this. Anybody can get them at the end of every day. For expirations that are less than a week, it's 68% puts. For expiries that are greater than 1 week, it's 90% puts. So I don't know, how predictive that put call ratio is, but this is looking pretty negative in my mind. So we're getting right close to my, plum colored January 5th lows again for this triple bottom that we could break through even in light of what's going on there in Japan.
It's looking a little bear flaggy.
Yeah. Well, I will say this. If I were not to look at what's going on outside of the charts with the Fed, if I were to not look at the bonds, I would say equities are going to continue to rally. I mean, these little bit of pullbacks are nothing. I mean, they're nothing. I mean, I've been waiting to buy the pullback in S&P since I got out. I mean, it's funny. You get out and like the next day you're like, oh, wait till it pulls back so I can buy it again. And thing just runs on you and you're like, man, and so, but there is these external factors and they do mean something. And, look at this put call ratio, all these I would say it's really an over anticipation of this Fed. I'm not saying that they're wrong, but we'll see. I mean, again, I think we talk more about this. I mean, this is when the bond market really matters. We're seeing it across the board because I think that the reason why we're so slow right now is because when you see the bond market falling off the way it is, going into the Fed meeting, why are you going to put risk on in metals? Why are you going to put risk on in equity indexes? It doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Yeah, look, I think what we've seen all year is a lower correlation between what S&Ps have been doing and what every other asset class has been doing, what you would expect the S&P to do. It's just been, stronger than what bonds have suggested at times. It's stronger than what the dollar suggested. And so those cross-asset correlations have been weaker than what we normally see. I think the introduction of zero-data expiry trading has really been the driver of that. And the flows every day, it's all about the flows. I mean, we talk about it ad nauseum on here. But when volatility is as compressed as it is right now, the other stuff matters more, right? And so because we've raised the probability that the move in yields will matter, that the move in dollar will matter. I think that is important going into tomorrow. And so because that's when cross-asset guys and macro guys really will dive into the tape. And so the power of those assets can overwhelm just this daily vol selling options activity around the zero data expiry stuff. So I think this stuff really will matter. So, come tomorrow.
I think that's such a good point. I mean, when volatility gets as low as it is right now, this other external things really matter. And zero DTEs, what are you going to do coming into a day like today, even yesterday?
I would have to see what the rest of the month looks like, but it kind of looks like to me, I mean, really since the 25th, we've been sideways to grinding higher. And we only have, what, 9 trading days left in the month. That's crazy.
That's all it is.
Yeah. So, you know, if this market kind of continues like this, I would not be surprised that it's just hanging on to the end of the year and we might see a rather decent pullback in the new year.
Yeah, I still don't think it's going to happen. Because again, I mean, when I look at the S&P chart, I mean, unless the bond market falls out substantially, I think equities stay where they are or higher.
That's what I mean until the end of the year, but in the beginning, in the new year.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it gets, I mean, look, it's setting up for it.
Then it gets interesting. So.
Yeah, for sure. What time is this data today?
It is at 10 a.m. It is, we have the September and October JOLTS data. Again, it is rather stale, so we'll see, but it's some sort of labor data. Obviously, everybody's looking wherever they can to find any kind of clues on the labor market and what the Fed may or may not be thinking.
Yeah. Okay. So I know people in chat were asking that. Good morning, chat, by the way. Hope you're doing well. We've got 4 minutes left. We got our guest coming up today. And of course, we got Jimmy's Edge Report, but I want to spend a couple more minutes with you guys. So, and talk about really anticipation today into tomorrow. We know today, unfortunately, day traders could be kind of a snooze fest. We'll see. You never know. I always say anytime you anticipate a snooze fest, still make sure your guard is up,
Right.
Still be defensive, still work your stops, still remember that anything could happen. But knowing what we know, likelihood today is probably a little bit more quiet. Watch the bond market, ZB. If you don't have it on your chart, pull it up. Just watch it. Just simply because I do think, and again, we've been saying it over and over ad nauseum, because I think it's new to a lot of people, that this is really what's going to be the focus coming into today, into tomorrow. On this jobs data, it gets really interesting today. You know, what happens at? I almost wonder if this jobs number, you see kind of where the weak hands are. Maybe not the right answer, but thought process. But if a number comes out, like what does the market do on a good or bad number, or even an inline number? Just watch that reaction. Again, we are in a moment where we have to watch the reactions to this stuff because I know what I don't know, right? I mean, again, even if we knew kind of exactly what the Fed was going to say tomorrow, doesn't really mean we'd even know what the market, how the market reacts.
100%.
Let's face it, everybody, because a hawkish cut to me is like, it's
well, hawkish cut is kind of, it's baked in the cake. That's what everybody's expecting.
But how hawkish of it or how dovish of it, it's like, come on.
Exactly. So the consensus is a hawkish cut is going to be how hawkish is it? And then I think what could really spook the markets if it's a dovish cut, which I don't think will happen. Yeah. But you know, never know.
And why, again, so someone's saying I'll add ZB to it. I mean, look at even the yen, right? The yen, look at what's happening and we'll look at the bond market implications here. Bond market continues to go lower. Dollar starts getting bid. It weakens the yen. People don't understand. It changes the dynamic of things, right? Yeah. And so the yen was looking like, oh, that's a pretty good bottom. They were getting bid. You know, they're getting stronger against the dollar. We talked about them and their interest rate policy. Look what happens when all of a sudden our bond market starts to fall off a little bit. All of a sudden the yen is like, sorry, you know, no one wants, because if that does happen, it has implications across all markets. We got a minute and a half left, Craig. Thoughts going into today?
Yeah, look, what I was going to say is you have to think about, even though the Fed is cutting rates, the cost of capital globally is not falling, right? I mean, we're just not seeing the impact. Most borrowers don't borrow at the Fed funds window, right? I mean, we're not really seeing lower mortgage rates. We're not really seeing credit card rates come down. We're not really seeing the long end, you know, for sovereigns move lower. And so even though the Fed is cutting, cost of capital is rising. And we know with this AI CapEx story is increasingly being debt financed. You know, there's more calls on capital to fund growth for 2026 that really weren't here in 2025. Plus you have all this deficit spending from Japan, from Europe coming. So the bond markets are reacting, right? And so as yields are rising globally, it makes it harder to see the multiple expansion story that equities have been so used to from cutting rates. And then higher cost of capital is a headwind to earnings. And so that's the outlook you're walking into 2026 is high, you know, potentially higher long end rates, some headwind on earnings. You've lost the earnings story, you lose the multiple story. What are you left with? And if we're transitioning away from the AI CapEx story, what are we transitioning into? Are we going to transition into higher beta unprofitable tech companies and small caps that don't benefit in that environment? No, I think, so what is the market going to rotate into next year? I think is a big question. And the bond market is acting in a way that makes me concerned that even though the Fed's cutting, the cost of capital is moving higher.
Yeah. I would say it's energy, but if the cost of capital keeps moving higher, then it gets really interesting. What is it going to be? What's going to be the story? I mean, we're getting ahead of ourselves, and we're out of time for this morning. And we'll talk more about it with Isaac Stonefish, and he's coming up after. It's about that time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
Let's start with the Russell 2000 small cap. We don't talk about this enough on a regular basis. Pretty good market, even though the volume's a little bit less than the other stock index futures that we think about. But here's a daily candle chart right now, kind of a nice V-shaped recovery, I guess you could call it right now. And we kind of we shifted up to a different level here. Let me kind of zoom in a little bit more on this chart. So, from a retracement point of view, we've recovered completely. The first kind of level at 61.8% at 24.65 developed the bottom of a sideways channel for 5 days, and then we broke out again right above that 78.6% or 25.09.7, and now we're trading again into this kind of higher level here. Target wicks on my radar screen, of course, is this high wick back here that we saw on the 27th of October, 25.65.6. So I'll remember that. MACD is doing MACD stuff, nothing special, but the volume again is a little bit light, as we know. So far in December, it's been light across the board for most of these markets. I have that 34-period moving average there, if you could see it at the bottom of the screen in that yellow line on those histogram bars. Intraday, though, let's see what kind of targets that we had. We have a really nice volume profile intraday on this particular market. And it's almost like textbook, right? It's pretty perfect. We have a nice point of control right in the middle here, 25.23.9. We kind of drove all the way back down here. It's about a 50% retracement back down low to high so far. Pivot kind of framed the top of the conversation. The daily pivot is kind of the resistance level. Jacks 4, 25.30. Didn't quite get there, but it's a target should we resume this trajectory back up. Right now, we're just tapping that session VWAP right now. We'll see if I have a 10-minute chart up right now. We'll see if we get a 10-minute candle close below that VWAP, or we just get a wick. That's going to be important. But right now, value area is in play. Bottom of that value area is 25.21.7 right now. And then previous sessions lows, we tested it with this probe, this wick way down here. For whatever reason, that happened at 5:30 to 5:40 candle, but then buyers just brought us right back up. Jacks 2 is pretty much framing the conversation on the downside. That is the Russell 2000. Let's shoot over to silver. I mentioned it quickly a second ago. And let's just go all the way back in time here, and let's take a big kind of picture view here. This is a weekly candle. It's a naked chart. I don't got a lot of stuff on it. I have, my moving averages. They're all arcing up. But look at this. This is really exponential right here. Year to date, approximately 96% on silver. That's astonishing. And the high print, well, we'll get to that in a second. We're approaching that high print as well. This is kind of where we're at right now. We've consolidated in silver for the last several days here between, support starting around 57.54. Resistance is starting around 59.19. So we're kind of at the top end of that consolidation channel. Again, 8, 21, 50 EMAs, just kind of, rolling here. I do have my extension numbers here. It's a pretty nice extension because we've been achieving this. We achieved the 23.6, that 138.2 is at 60.31. That's my next target on the upside on a daily chart. MACD is kind of slowing down a little bit, but not too much for me to worry about. Intraday, we have some nice targets as well. The point of control, interestingly, is right here at Jacks 3. This is not a textbook volume profile. It's kind of wonky, kind of lumpy, I guess. I don't know if that's a technical analysis term, but I'm going to go with it. But we did try to extend up to that Jacks 2 level at 59.50. Haven't got there yet, but that's still a target on the upside. Should we get a little bit more of a push? Now, remember, we talk about this MenthorQ 1-day max all the time. It's above that R2 level right here, and that's approximately 59.81. We start making new highs again. That's going to be my target. I love these levels. They're pretty darn good. I don't know what the secret sauce is for MenthorQ, but I love to have them on my charts. Call resistance is above there at 60. That'll be hard to, that's a magic number, nice even number. So it'll be something spectacular if we get there. I'm not sure we're going to get there today. We're trading above VWAP pretty strong right now, session VWAP. And, buyers are in charge right now. There's my 9 EMA kind of moving nicely throughout. let's just finish the conversation with the 30-year Treasury bonds that we already started here. Back to the daily. We broke down out of that consolidation range. My line in the sand, 115, 24, 30 seconds. Forget about it. We broke through that as well. And now we're making some new lows here. Yields this morning were around 4.8%. Now remember, the yield curve shifting a little bit from a 30-day point of view. The longer duration yields are increasing. The shorter durations are decreasing. So it's kind of an interesting kind of shift in that curve. But in any event, we have support here at 115 area that we talked about. Yeah, we wicked through it yesterday and sat right on top of it. But September lows are right here in focus here. That's 113.14 should things go really south. And below that, we have those July lows down here, 111 handle. So Treasury bonds right now are looking heavy. We'll see if the FOMC gives us any reprieve whatsoever. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shag.
Thank you, Jimmy. Shy, preview of our guest.
We have Isaac Stonefish, who is CEO and founder of Strategy Risk. It's a business intelligence firm which quantifies corporate exposure to China and helps companies and entities manage and reduce their China risk. He is also visiting fellow at Atlantic Council, an adjunct at NYU, and the author of the book America Second, How America's Elites Are Making China Stronger. Thought it would be a good idea to have him on this day to talk about this whole NVIDIA chip China situation that's going on and what this means for markets.
Perfect. He's also a workaholic, which I love it because you can tell by his title. He's got a lot going on.
Yeah, right.
Let's not waste any of Isaac's time. Let's bring him in. Isaac,
how are you?
morning.
Thanks for having me. Good morning.
Great to have you here. Pleasure to meet you. Yeah,
Good to be here.
I am not overly. I'm somebody who's not super familiar what goes on outside of my own little world, Isaac. So I'm looking forward to an education outside of it. I focus on trading the indexes. Most of the people do in here, but NVIDIA has become. It's the most important stock that we watch day in, day out. It has impacts. Obviously across all the indexes, but really, it's almost sets the tone for what the economy is doing in so many ways as well, right? And the future of what AI is going to be. Give us some insight on this story that's brewing between the chips and what's going on in China.
The Trump administration is taking a cut on NVIDIA chip sales, and there's a lot of controversy around that because it gives Beijing the tools that it needs to better compete with and potentially outcompete the United States in the AI race. Some in the White House say, well, we have to addict China on the U.S. tech stack. China does not want to get addicted on the U.S. tech stack. If the Chinese Communist Party wanted to get addicted, they would open up their markets and allow for a lot more trade and capital flow. They're very paranoid about the U.S. intentions towards China. And so this feels like a way to allow Beijing to have its cake and eat it too, and is something that's going to get a lot of pushback from a lot of folks on the Hill and in the chattering classes.
And so what do you think what is this doing to potentially set the tone for where we are in this cycle, right? Because AI has been the theme this year. I don't think there's any debate. Probably the only debate would be maybe metals, right? Versus, who's the big leader? Who would get the picture on Time magazine? Would it be NVIDIA or gold this year? It's probably a toss-up. But nonetheless, in our world, it is NVIDIA and it is chips and everyone's watching it. Is this setting a different tone? Is this accelerating the tone? What's your take on it?
We can't decouple this story from what's going on right now in China and Japan, where there are very, very heavy tensions between the two countries, which have fought several wars in the past. And there's a real possibility that at some point in the next several years, China invades Taiwan. And that is not only massively material from a geopolitical and ethical standpoint, but also for the relationship with chips and TSMC and the role that Taiwan plays in that. And so Trump's decision to allow NVIDIA to sell into China is a sign of weakness vis-a-vis China and Taiwan. And it's not a flashing green light to allow China to go in, but it's a signal that, hey, we're not going to be all that hawkish for you geopolitically. And that matters so much to markets. If we get to that, it'll really push gold and chips out of the water. It's not there yet. hopefully we'll never get there, but it's a very real possibility.
And then let's shift over to, I want to talk a little bit also about the critical minerals issue, right? And we know China produces the most rare earths, which are not rare, but more than that, they process the most. And so we're trying to move supply chains away. So we've seen Trump sort of make all of these deals or look at, moving supply chains to companies in Australia and the US and other parts. So what is your opinion on this? How successful is this going to be? And is this the right way to move supply chains away from China?
It's a fight about permitting reform and how quickly the U.S. can reduce the red tape around minerals processing, because you're absolutely right. It's not a question of the mining, it's a question of the processing. The second thing is how much the U.S. can work with the rest of the world. It's very difficult for the U.S. to defeat China on rare earths processing and on critical minerals processing. It's much easier for the U.S. and its allies. And so if the U.S. can work with Japan, South Korea, Canada, Chile, Argentina, Australia, then they can have a better lock on these global supply chains than China can. But if it's the U.S. versus China, we're not winning that fight.
So do you see the administration taking interest in these companies? Is this going to help? It's throwing money at it going to help? Where do we sit right now?
I'm very mixed about state capitalism. Having lived in China for 6 years, the U.S. model seems to be more European than Chinese of taking large stakes in companies, and there's very real worries about crony capitalism. I think that the throwing money at the problem is never the solution. Smart money versus other types of money, to be a little diplomatic on it. I would give the administration a B on this, perhaps a B plus, depending on a couple things that might happen before the end of the year. I think the place that they're doing the worst is on working with allies on securing critical mineral supply chains, and in that I think there's a lot of room for improvement.
And do you think looking at these, looking at things like copper that just got added to critical minerals, right? It's had a banner year this year. Does this trade continue because it's on the critical minerals list? What are your thoughts on kind of some of the metals?
It's a great question. I think we look at where the U.S. and China's relationship with Indonesia is, which is a very crucial nickel producer. We also look at the control that China has on some of the mineral trading exchanges and what that means for transparency. There's a lot of frustration in the U.S. about economic transparency. It's so much worse in China. And as the quality of U.S. information degrades slightly, the quality of Chinese information degrades greatly. And so I think what that means for minerals like copper, but also just for the broader trading, is that information is at much more of a premium. And so on the one hand, that allows people to be very creative and very thoughtful with finding alternative sources of information. On the other hand, it tends to potentially privilege insider trading, which is a huge problem in itself.
I want to shift gears a little bit. I want to get your take on power and powering this AI boom. And again, you could tell me if this is not really your forte, but one of the things we've been talking about a lot is we've talked about the chips, we've talked about where we are in the AI story. Now we got to talk about fueling it, power. You see a lot of the Bitcoin miners have moved to AI power, buildings for all of this, and this is again way above my pay grade. But I definitely look at it. When I look at the AI space, I say that's kind of the next thing, right? It has to be like, how do we now power this big boom? We've been talking here for a while. Like say, if this is the economy that we think it is, why isn't oil picking up? And we see natural gas pick up a little bit, not as of late, but overall it has. And we continually talk about why energy is not taking hold and why we're not hearing more talk about energy supplying this AI boom. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, certainly not my area. Some thoughts, look at the mayor of San Francisco, whose family made its money for supplying jeans to the gold rushers. And so,
Yeah.
power to the AI age could be one of those wonderful businesses that sparks out of that. I think also it points to a real advantage that the US has over China, which is energy security. China has to import a lot of its energy. It still has to import a lot of its oil. It's still very dependent on coal. And so there's this narrative about China leading on clean tech. Sure, they are. They're also far and away the biggest contributors to global warming and a very unsecured energy power. And so I think it's hard to see which is a leading indicator, if it'll be that, AI sputters first or the stocks that are creating the power to generate AI sputter first. I think the other thing we got to keep an eye on is what the next DeepSeek will be. And so, that really put a dent in AI confidence. Turned out to be a temporary dent, and the money is sloshing as normal. But if someone produces a world-class model much, much cheaper again, which will probably happen, that could really send these stocks into a tailspin.
Yeah, for sure. I think that is one of the biggest risks, is right, is what we don't know, right? But let's talk about kind of what we do know, and let's talk about, we got the end of the year here coming up, and I'm sure you probably heard us earlier talking a lot about the FOMC and interest rates, which is also going to play a toll into this, right? Because I mean, I know these super big companies like Nvidia, interest rates is not going to matter that much, but the small up and comers, interest rates really matter to them, right? I mean, the Russell 2000, we're not going to talk about the Russells, kind of got a little more problems than that. But ultimately, you have a lot of these smaller companies that are relying on finance to be able to build into this boom that we're having. Any thoughts on really what you're seeing? Let's talk about U.S. or just global economy and how the way that interest rates are moving right now, and what role that plays in maybe the theme or puzzle or story that you're building.
So we do look very closely at how the Trump administration views this, and Trump's longstanding dedication to the stock market as a proxy for economic growth. And so I think in a way it'll be the reverse of many other administrations, in that if we see interest rates start to eat into stock performance, then there'll be more pressure on the Fed to rectify that. Globally, news just broke that China broke records for exporting $1 trillion of goods this year, and the year's not even over. And so I think we're going to see more aggressive behavior from countries around the world, not just the important ones, but countries like Morocco, countries like Vietnam that tend to get less attention in these conversations, to try to figure out how to reduce the flood of Chinese exports to their countries, which are destabilizing in a lot of places, not just the China shock that the United States felt for about 20 years earlier this century. And so I think that's a big piece of the story that often doesn't get really discussed.
Yeah. We've got a couple minutes left with Isaac. Shai, any final questions?
So just to kind of your final thoughts on just markets in general, and what are you eyeing as maybe potential risks for next year?
So we do look very closely at China exposure. We've noticed what Apple's been doing in China, saying it's sort of having a banner season on iPhones, and we look at the political risks for things like that in the United States. And so companies like Apple and Microsoft that have high China exposure, and more to the point, have a perception of having very high China exposure, will there be regulatory changes that will reduce that? We do still look at the risk that Chinese companies get delisted from US stock exchanges. That's obviously very material. And then, I don't think 2026 is going to be the year that China invades Taiwan, but it is certainly possible. And that would be the most revolutionary event in markets, more so than COVID. Gosh, it's hard to look back to see what would shape things more grandly and potentially more dangerously than an event like that.
Man, that'd be something to see. I don't discount that. It would be massively market moving, to say the least. Isaac, we'll end it there. Pleasure to meet you. I know you're busy because you got a lot going on, man. Again, thank you so much for joining us on NinjaTrader Live.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Well, of bond talk this morning and yields, you know, and it's good to see people in chat put these markets that we're talking about on their screens. You don't need to trade all of them. And we got TTrades coming up next, which is T, if you're listening, maybe we have you talk a little bit about bonds today. I'd be curious to see what you see on ZB, and I know other people in chat have put that in there. It's a time, again, I always say, everything matters until it doesn't, and then nothing matters until it does. I mean, it's just the way it is, right? Markets are one of those things where you talk about something forever, or you trade a setup the same way all the time, and then you're off.
It works till it doesn't.
And then all of a sudden, everything's working great, and then, it's the same story. But right now, interest rates are a thing.
And they were earlier this year too,
Yeah.
if you remember. So this is not something that doesn't happen. It happens. So
Exactly.
we say keep an eye on.
Yeah, we're saying it for a reason. I mean, listen, I don't, I'm not trading ZB, but I'm watching it, and I'm looking to buy a pullback in equities, and it's going to depend a lot on what ZB does and what happens tomorrow. So a lot more to talk about the rest of the today. Got a big lineup. We got T-Trades coming up next. Shai, we'll see you in chat.
All right.
All right, let's bring in T. Good morning, my brother. What's up?
How's it going? Not too much.
Good, man. Yeah, so, a lot of talk about interest rates this morning, T. And, one of the things that I have a lot of fun speaking with you about each and every week is the different markets. And you and I get into, we get into silver, we get into euro. And right now, when you have interest rates moving, that impacts everything, right? Because if you have a big move in interest rates, it's going to move the dollar. The dollar starts to rally. It then impacts other, currencies. They start to get weaker. And then you start looking at gold. What happens with gold when rates start to go up? Gold and silver might struggle. We're not seeing that quite yet. But again, interest rates are really the root to which everything kind of spreads out of. And so today we're going to dive a little bit into interest rates, and then I'll let you lead from there. So I'm just curious, before we get to the charts, do you ever really trade or take a look at bonds?
I don't really watch bonds too much in my analysis. I just find that if I look at too much stuff, I just get some analysis paralysis, and it doesn't help me. It impacts me more than it helps me.
Yeah. All right, well, let's dig into the charts. This segment is brought to you by CME Group, where risk meets opportunity. Let's take a look at T's charts.
Yeah, so if we take a look here, we have up ZB, as you asked. We kind of took out this range high here. We went to these range lows. So this is going to be kind of a deciding point. If we can get a reversal here and trade back into the range, that will send bonds higher. But I'll just be watching the phases of price here. So if we can get in a very aggressive move back into the range, then we can continue this move higher. But if we kind of fail to do that and get something that looks like this here, well, then we can get a continuation lower. So it's a pretty simple analysis here. It would be kind of Wednesday will tell us what is going on with bonds here today and Wednesday.
Yeah, the timing couldn't be better with a Fed meeting, T.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
Wednesday Fed
it's
rate. So
when analysis lines up with someone's time frame, boy, does it get juicy and what that means from there. But no, I appreciate you looking at the bonds, and when I look at it, I look at my chart, I feel the exact same way. Different strategies, but same thought process. The worlds are aligning into the next 48 hours, 24 to 48 hours, and what bond market does.
yeah, so I guess off of that we can go to dollar. We talked about this
Sure.
last week, where we were looking for a move into this low here, which we did get, right? We talked about it Tuesday here and looking for this move lower, which sent foreign currencies higher. And so if we take a look at, if we look at CAD or pound or anything like this is the one I chose to watch last week was CAD, move higher here on the monthly and the daily here. So really pound, euro, CAD, and then NZD and AUD all got that move higher. So looking at the dollar now, it's kind of in this consolidation. So right now I'd be looking for a move towards previous day high. So if I'm looking for a move higher, then I'm going to look for the most weak currencies, which is currently the yen and the Swiss franc. So you can see the yen, we've talked about this. If we're bearish or if we're bullish dollar, we want to be choosing the most bearish asset, which would be the yen or the Swiss franc, right? So I would be focused on the yen if I'm bullish dollar. Now, if I am bullish or bearish dollar, then I'm going to want to focus on those assets that are leading. So that would be, CAD has strength, but NZD and AUD, you can see it has that strength. And then really the euro and pound are just kind of sitting around. So really uninteresting for the majors there, Euro USD, GBP USD, but the other ones are quite interesting depending on what the dollar does here.
Yeah, and we talked about this last week, and we're probably going to talk about this week in and week out because even though for some people it might be repetitive, for a lot of people it's new. When you're watching the dollar and these currencies, I actually think that there's several index traders out there that maybe aren't having so much success with the indexes, and maybe gold or silver necessarily isn't for you. The currency markets trend very well. They're pretty consistent in their daily movement. And you do have a leading edge somewhere else outside of just the chart that you're looking at. And T, I want you to talk about that a little bit because it's really, it's the technical edge that you have from the dollar, and it's the reaction that you get into the other currencies, which will tell you which currency you would trade. Unlike the indexes, it's always like, well, you're not really pegging it against the dollar, so you're looking at S&P, NASDAQ, or Dow to see which one's stronger, and you're taking that choice. With this, you're seeing a reaction off of a real correlation with the dollar. And I would like for you to talk to everybody a little bit about that process to help them choose maybe what currency would be best for any particular day.
Yeah, so it's a pretty simple process for me. I just look at the dollar first. If I can anticipate where the dollar is going, then I can look at those currencies and see which one I want to actually put a trade on. So you can see here, if we go to Wednesday, we talked about this on Tuesday, I was bearish dollar. So if I'm bearish dollar, then I'm going to want to find a currency that I want to take a long position on. So if we take a look, I just scrolled through the currencies this day, and pound set up fairly nicely, but the one that was the cleanest for me was CAD. So you can see we have this open, we form a low into this gap, and we have a very bullish closure engulfing this down close candle. So this makes a protected swing for me. So now I have a bearish dollar bias. I have found an asset that I am bullish on, and then I just go to the lower time frame here. And all I'm going to do is find, well, it's already up there, find a protected swing that I can trade off of, and then just looking for a move higher. So pretty simple. And like you were saying, if you're trading these Forex currency futures, the thing you're going to want to do is approach it on a slightly higher time frame just because they don't have a ton of liquidity in comparison to the indices. So it's just going to be a bit more gappy. So that's why I like to approach it on something like the hourly time frame, 30-minute or 15-minute time frame. So that's a good example from last week and how I actually approached it. But you can see if I would have swung that, it would have worked out quite a bit better. But, you know, it was just a day trade for me. So that was that.
I love how you set that up. I think it's really, I mean, it's the way I wish a lot of new traders would come into the marketplace and be able to build a strategy in currencies. Again, because the indexes aren't for everyone, even though you come in here and everyone's trading NASDAQ and S&P, and I get it. And again, I'll continue to say this. I remember being on the trading floor. What's funny about this is that the biggest pit, the biggest area of the exchange was where there was currencies in euros. It was dwarfed the size compared to where the S&P pit was. And the NASDAQ pit was actually the smallest. So if you really think about it from that perspective, when I was in the space, the S&P pit was a decent sized pit. The NASDAQ pit was a small pit, if not one of the smallest pits in the entire exchange. It was bigger than maybe some of the currencies, but not many. But the biggest pit was all of the financial markets. It was the euro dollars, which is now, you know, a lot of people will be SOFR, comparative maybe to the bond market. And then you have all the currencies. That's where more people traded. But in today's world, it's flipped. More people are trading the NASDAQ, which was, it's so crazy. So just to know that there's more than one market out there.
Yeah.
All right, T, what are we looking at next?
I think for people that do want to look at it, I would just focus on the euro because that's just going to be inverse to the dollar. So if you're bullish on dollar, you can pretty much just be bearish on euro. So that's a very simple one before getting into all of them because it can get a bit more technical and advanced. But from there, let's head over to indices. So I'm bearish today for indices. We're going to watch how we open, but I would be looking to see how we trade through this low. I'd want to see that this low get traded through and then into these lows this morning. And if we do not reverse off this low and trade lower, then that will allow YM and ES also to follow into previous day low. So those would be lagging. NQ is currently the weakest asset between the three that I watch. So if I would be looking for shorts, I would be focused on NASDAQ over the S&P or the Dow Jones.
Yeah, I mean, my stuff too. I've been looking at the NASDAQ has really been struggling, and it gets interesting. We had a guest earlier talking about what's happening with NVIDIA. I don't see what NVIDIA is doing this morning. But ultimately, right now, going into a Fed meeting, T, Yeah, maybe we do take a look at what some of these leaders are doing in the stock world. It's a little bit of a tricky day, and I like that we're looking at relative strength or weakness, and we see which one's stronger or weaker. Don't try to, you and I talk about this, don't try to buy the weaker one in a tape like today, and any tape for that matter. That's just the way I look at trading, is if you want to sell the weaker one on a rally and you want to buy the stronger one on strength. You continue to talk about that, but I think a lot of people don't look at it that way.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge part of my analysis. So, for example, yesterday, NQ is actually the strongest asset off the open. And so if you take a look at this 9 a.m. candle here, it did end up getting a move lower. But if you look at YM's 9 a.m. candle in comparison, it opened and immediately dumped all the way to this low. So it's just kind of, you want to take a look at what asset is either stronger or weaker, and then you want to follow that one because it's just going to be the easier trade. And for a great example of this is NQ did end up following, but it was the stronger asset. So if you look at, if you're trying to trade that short in the previous day, let me head back here and find it. There, I'm a bit lost. Hold up. Or we can go over that later. I know we're running out of time. But if you take a look at how we traded yesterday on the open, it kind of just consolidated in here and then it finally caught back up. It's a lot easier to just trade the trending asset.
I mean, it really is that simple, isn't it, T? It's like, trade the one that's trending. Don't try to fade the one that's got the stronger trend, especially as short-term day traders. It's like, why would you want to buy the NASDAQ on a day that it's weaker versus the S&P? If the NASDAQ is leading us lower, most likely, especially in the NASDAQ comparison, they're the ones who are leading the market up and down a lot of the times. So why would you want to try and fade the NASDAQ sell-off by buying that versus buying the S&P, the one that's not breaking as much? You're more likely to have success buying the dip in the one that's stronger, which would be the S&P in a weak tape, versus trying to buy the leader in that direction. It's a simple philosophy, and it's what my mentor taught me years ago before we even looked at charts.
And I think the reason most people have it wrong is because they try to think about the risk to reward of it. They think, oh, it's the weakest asset. I can catch the biggest move as it catches up versus just trading the one that's trending, and it's just an easier trade. So that's it for indices. We can go quickly to metals. I'm not super biased on metals right now, specifically gold, but I would like to see this trade lower into or trade higher into tomorrow. We do have a nice V-shaped reversal off of this previous low. So running out this high, that would be where I'd be watching for tomorrow, because we're either going to form a reversal here and go finish off this previous low we left, or that's where we're going to start to trend higher again. So don't really have too much to do for me today on gold. It's more of tomorrow and the Fed rates and how that will impact the market. Silver, kind of the same thing. It's obviously has a bit more strength. So if you do want to look long on a metal, you can see it makes more sense to look on silver instead of gold. And that's what I mean is, instead of trying to catch the weaker one, just trade the one that's actually already moving.
Yeah, I mean, the same philosophy carries over to metals, right? I mean, it's not too difficult. It's the simplicity of it that actually carries the most impact. And it's just one of those things that I wish more and more traders thought about that way, versus, again, I think a lot of people also look for the quick buck against the turn. So they'll look for that quick little scalp on a market that's weaker, and they see another market that's not breaking, and they try to buy it for the quick turn because they think it's not going to happen, and that's where a lot of times they get ticked out.
Yeah, exactly. And then a good philosophy is just don't look at oil. That's a really great one this past month. So, I mean we can go look at it real quick.
It's horrible.
But
let's look at it.
I mean,
it's flat.
Yeah, it just sucks right now. That's really no other way to put it. So within my strategy, I would have been looking, we talked about it, I was looking for this to trade lower. When we can't trade lower here and take out this high, it's just showing me once again that oil is doing absolutely nothing. Now, if I have to have a bias, I'd still be looking for price to run out this low, and then we'll see what it does. But I really am probably just going to avoid oil until the new year, because I doubt that this month does much. If it does something, I'd want to see it go trade to this low. But even then, it's like I'd rather be long energy than short energy. So I'd rather wait for it to run out this low and then take a long. So we'll see what happens. But most likely this will be off the watch list for until the new year.
Yeah, me too, buddy. You know what? It's like I bought the dip in oil like 3-4 times. I took 2 scalps for winners, small. Time is what's getting me out. I got stopped out on 2 of them. You know, I try to manage the risk pretty tight because it's just been doing nothing, and there's just no energy in the energy market. It's a bad joke, T, but it is what it is. You know, I mean, we'll see what it brings next year. I do think towards the end of the year, unless rates do something really crazy and the Fed gets really kind of outside of what is predicted tomorrow, I think, who knows? I doubt it has implications on oil nonetheless. But you're right, it's probably on tap for next year. T, you're the man. Thank you so much. Every Tuesday, everybody, TTrades joins us for technical analysis, sponsored by CME Group. T, you're the man. Everyone go check out what he's doing on X, and of course, check out his YouTube channel, one of the best in the business. You're the best, T.
Yeah.
I'll see you later.
Thanks for having me on. I'll see you guys next week.
All right, Tuesdays. A lot of talk about bonds. I can't wait to see what Merritt's cooking up right now. Last week, I think Merritt, I know he's listening, he was bullish the 10-year. Let's see what that 10-year did. It did, right? Well, I know he's a scalper, so let's see. But we've been telling you, it's breaking out a little bit to the downside. So we'll see what Merritt's got cooking and look what he's looking at in the bonds. And, of course, my boy Chris, intraday trend trader, just trend trader in general. One of the best I've ever met. And so we call this on Tuesday Black Boxes. Let's get ready to trade the open with Merritt Black and Christian trading boxes. Was that a little pre-flash of you guys before the intro?
It was a preview.
I saw you. Preview. Oh, man, dude, look at Merritt, man. He looks like a different guy right now. Look at him. Look how tight that haircut is. Mustache. Like, where are you going, man? You got like a black tie event or something tonight?
Just getting ready for New Year's. Getting the tux out.
You had to start shaving 3 weeks before, huh?
Yeah. So, boys, day before a Fed meeting, sometimes those are really busy days, right? Sometimes they are. I mean, they can kind of come at you. I tell everybody, don't discount today that today can't be busy. You never know. I mean, it seems like it's pretty slow. I haven't looked at volume and what that's doing. I'm assuming not much across the indexes. But nonetheless, I tell everybody, don't put their guard down on a day before a Fed meeting. It's an easy day to get a little lax with the risk and get clipped. I expect a busy day tomorrow. Or I don't know if you guys caught the show earlier, but Craig and Shai were talking about the options markets. Were predicting a very, very busy day tomorrow, which is, welcoming, I think, across the board for all of us on all time frames.
I'll take it.
Today we come in and we've got, again, Merritt, it's just, looking at the bond market, we've talked about it a lot today because interest rates are now moving quite a bit here on the long end. On the 10-year, they're not moving quite as much. They're still kind of in that range. They've broken out maybe just a little bit from the October low, but it's starting to have kind of ripple effects across the board. We saw dollar getting strength against the yen. We'll see what that means for metals. What are you looking at coming into today?
Oh, I'm long gold. I like it. I like the trade location there. Long term, it's on like a daily bar chart, it's kind of a tough spot. But it goes back to last Tuesday. We talked about gold and this area actually that we drew on the chart. I haven't touched it since last Tuesday. We were talking about this big volume distribution and whether or not we'd be able to trade down into it and hold into it. And that has been the spot all the way until this week, 1 week later from when we were talking about it. And so, a rally off there is a bullish indication for me that the buyers are defending these levels. And I got a decent little setup. So I took it and it got scaled off into the kind of that first standard deviation like I tend to do. But I really think that if we look now at where the volume profile is from last week, as we're now in a new week, well, it's something more like this here. We got a big fat distribution from here to here, right? So I could even delete this one and we could focus on this. And, we failed out of the bottom end. And a lot of times, a similar style to what T often talks about. If you're failing out of one end, a lot of times you run across to the other end. So, my edge comes from the edges and failures of that. And that's what I'm looking at, man.
Anything on the indexes today?
they're doing this thing where they should roll over, right? They've really rotated higher, and we've gotten to some of those upper extremes, and it's just hanging out. But no, I don't really like anything at all on the S&P short term or NASDAQ.
They're stubborn, aren't they? Those bulls are stubborn. Damn stubborn bulls, man.
Y'all were right about the bonds, though. My level broke down from last week. I heard the dig right before we got on the call. I heard it. I took it. Message received. You were right. I was wrong.
No, listen, I didn't trade it, so it didn't matter. But I just think again, across the curve right now, it is impacting things, and that's what I most care about. If the bond stayed consolidated, I think this end of this year is almost like just baked, checked it off. It's not going to do much. But the fact that you finally do have something breaking out a little bit of major significant market impact, with the 30-year bond trading the way it is, it's impacting dollar, currencies, potentially indexes, potentially metals. I think we'll see what happens tomorrow. It sets the tone for some volatility, and that's all I'm happy about. But the one thing that we can't get past, Merritt, is that, again, T said it earlier as well, oil just sucks right now. I mean, it is the worst market. I'm like, I buy it, I sit there, and I'm like, oh God, I mean, why am I doing this to myself? I hope it gets.
I will say, pull up a really, really long-term chart. I remember it was back when I was in New York. It was the first part of the year. It was like January, February, March. I don't know, maybe 2013, if I had to guess. I'm telling you, that market went nowhere for 3 months. And when I mean nowhere, I mean nowhere. This is at least it's at least oscillating a little bit. But yeah, crude can do that. I don't know why it does that. It goes into these lulls where it's just dead as a doornail.
It's why it's a hard market for traders to trade as their primary. And it's just one of those markets because it's so fundamentally driven that when things kind of get to a good place where price does not want to fluctuate as much,
equilibrium.
That's it, man. And people don't get that about commodities, and that's just what it is sometimes. But
and then it'll rip your face off for
exactly
$8 in a day,
and you're like, what happened? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So and I think that we're getting close to those days. I think that thing is brewing. Chris, I'm really interested to talk to you this morning about what you're looking at and seeing in NASDAQ and S&P, because the one thing that I see everybody at this point of the year, at this point on the chart, is a lot of probably bold kind of predictions going into a Fed meeting. But when you sit back and look at it, a lot of thoughts on what the markets could do into the end of the year. But it really comes down to if you just pull back and take out all of those exterior factors outside of the charts, the indexes still look relatively strong. Maybe on the medium to short term, not as much. What are you seeing in the indexes?
Yeah, you're completely right. We've seen a pretty big reversal from November 25th. I'll share the daily here quickly. Look, this is just the first consolidation that we're getting after that November rally. Any sort of pullback back into 6,800 in ES, it's still healthy action. It's a well-deserved break. We've seen a pretty strong. This has been led by the semiconductor space. They've been leading higher, the market higher. So all we're doing is just consolidating now. As long as ES can hold 6,800, this is still constructive action. It could be a healthy higher low pullback that we're just getting. And this, can't be really bearish going into the holidays with this price action, with a lot of stocks at all-time highs or within 3% of all-time highs. We really need to get back below, really, let's say the 50 EMA on the daily to really see some bearish structure. But at the moment, there's really nothing there for us to get bearish. The same for NQ. Is this the first pullback after this incredible reversal back to the breakout of this overall range? It looks to me that way. For on the shorter time frame here, yesterday was the first pullback into the daily 9 MA, which was in ES around 68.40s. NQ was around 570. So we are, I don't want to say we're getting to choppy structure because we've been pretty choppy the last week to 2 weeks. and it's getting kind of messy. But it's pretty much, do we create a higher out, maybe create a failed breakdown, and then bounce back up to create some sort of sideways structure going into FOMC, which can happen, or do we get an additional decline with semiconductors moving lower, and then we see that 6,800 test in ES, and then that 340, 360 test in NQ. As far as the plan for today, we, it is, the overnight structure is a little bit bearish, because even though we did bounce from a pretty strong area, and the daily 9 MA, which is usually the daily moving support area for the daily time frame, we should have seen already higher or constructive action up here around 68 in ES. The fact that we're breaking lower from this overnight consolidation, it puts in the prior day low pretty vulnerable. Can we come back down here, test the 68.43 zone again, create a higher low, and then bounce? If not, we're probably going to take out the prior day low. And at that point, we really need to see if we can hold it, if buyers can show up again, and then give us this 68 to 68.30s range into FOMC, or do we form acceptance there later today if we do see that low, and then break lower into that 6,800 area? For NQ, a little bit of the same. I mean, just this chart is just pretty nasty here. Are we moving back down to prior day low, or is this a higher low? Can we form acceptance at that 560 area? If so, we can break lower into the monthly open at 490s. If not, we can see that 400, maybe 340, 360 area. What do we need to see? Some upside. We need to reclaim this recent breakdown at 68.55 in ES, and then 670s in NQ to see higher prices. But like what you guys have discussed, the day before FOMC usually is productive and can pay well, but I'm thinking it might be just choppy and range bound action since the action since the last week is already sort of signaling that.
Yeah. I've got 6788 to 6800 as a key area for me in the S&P. If that holds, I think into the end of the year, I think that we do go back up and make a new high. If that does fall or fail to hold, it could be, 200 point lower. And so I think the trend is definitely intact. It's going to be, it's interesting how we get to this point in the market where, going back to what T was talking about, other people's analysis as well, we're kind of at this point where the technicals have aligned now with the Fed meeting to where we are at these critical moments where we probably get some volatility outside of the Fed no matter what, even if the Fed is exactly as expected. You could expect probably a busy end of the week next week, which is all we could ask for. Then we've got rollover, and then we'll see what happens from there. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. But nonetheless, I do think volatility is creeping back in a little bit here towards the end of the year because we're at this point. And sometimes that just happens, right, guys? You get to this kind of critical point where it's right as a data point comes out. And so we'll see. Appreciate you guys. I'm done for the week. I'm headed to Chicago tomorrow. So I'm gonna be
what's the weather like up there right now?
It's a little chilly.
Just a bit.
Well, it might be a little cold up there, but I'll have my scarf on, the jacket, everything. No hat. Deli, don't do no hat. Under zero, the hat goes on, and he just all bets are off at that point. But
what does your hair look like when you wake up in the morning? Like when you roll out of bed, what does it look like?
It's already made.
It looks like this. It looks like this, but just grayer. Right, because it doesn't have the, just I wake up and I look at myself, I go, man, I'm looking older, man. That's all I know. It looks grayer until I get, showered and tightened up a little bit, and I'm like, yeah, all right, there he is. What happened?
There's my guy.
Man. There he is. So yeah, well, sorry guys, that's where I'm at. All right, chat, show some love for my boys. Two of the best in the biz, man. Really love these guys. Love watching them each and every Tuesday. Hit like and subscribe. Guys, 163,000. Where are we at right now? 162, almost 163,000. It was yesterday. We were at 150K. We were here in Naples hanging out. Merritt was playing every single sport we had available at the club. He's playing tennis, pickleball, golf. I mean, if there would have been anything else, he would have done it. And, now
we were creating sports like arm wrestling at the bar.
That's right. It was just, what more? It was awesome. So And already we're at 163,000. Thanks to all of you in the chat. Hit that like and subscribe, and hit the notification to never miss an episode of NinjaTrader Live. Guys, I will see you. Have a great rest of the week, and then I'll see you guys next week.
All right, brother.
All
Have a
right,
good
you
trip.
take care. Enjoy your week.
Much better job, Chris. You didn't reference any weekend stuff. That was good.
Yeah, I almost did.
That was really good, man.
Thanks. I'm learning. Every Tuesday I get to learn something new from you. It's just I'm so glad to be in the same.
Blessed.
I'm
Just
blessed. It's just great to have you. You know, I learn a lot, guys. How's everybody doing this morning?
Morning. I've hopped back in the gold. I don't love trading from the middle of DVA. So kind of a VWAP trade location. It's not my favorite. So we'll see if we can get away with it. Hello from Switzerland. Well, hello. Micoli. Las Cajas Negras.
Hola. How does your December holiday season usually look like for trading going into the year end?
Pretty normal. I get students and traders all the time kind of asking like, hey, do you take this week off or that week off or not do anything? I mean, there's pretty obvious times a lot of times, just the bookend days around the actual holidays or half day sessions or whatever, they're certainly worth spending time elsewhere if you want there, or something people don't talk about a lot, which is spending time on other parts of your trading game, right? If you like you talked about that one time, building out that extensive playbook with the variations and really understanding things, and just all the work that can be done outside of just sitting down at the casino and clicking buttons. It's something that I think a lot of retail traders, or all traders, need to hear and prioritize more. Slow days are great days to work on your trading rather than in your trading.
Yep.
But no, in general, my December schedule's fairly normal. Nothing crazy. It's not like I take the month off or whatever, but day by day, what's relative volume kind of like? Are there opportunities? If there are, I'll press them just like it's earnings season or whatever. But if things are slow, really the speed of the tape is dry, I'm just not going to sit there and force things. So I think it's just take it on a day by day basis.
Agreed. You don't want to spend the holidays grumpy because you overtraded and you were too aggressive in a tape that did not warrant you to be aggressive.
Yeah, that was a lesson I had to learn the hard way. I used to have so many daily loss limit days that were, let's call it, not justifiable, right? You start forcing something, the market's like super choppy, the tape is slow, the volume is low, and next thing you know, you're frustrated, you're stepping out of line with something, and your DLL, and it's like, that's not a day that was worth going DLL. This is something I try to teach my traders. Yep. There are days where it is worth it to risk DLL, to arrive at DLL if it doesn't work out. There are days where it's absolutely worth it, and there are days where it is not worth it. And it's a big deal. I had to learn that lesson the hard way, like every other lesson.
Dallas, that's cool. You're combining packs and my approach. You're buying the opening range and then riding the trend. Is that what that looks like? What's gold doing?
Chopping around VWAP.
Pretty range bound since that big push.
On NQ, ND, XQ, QQ. No, I don't have any fully systematic strategies. I do not. I have bits and pieces that I can deploy. I have things that can help with execution. I have things that can help with trade management, little pieces that I can deploy here and there. And a bunch of little ideas and stuff that I've kind of halfway tested and are collecting dust. But no, I do not have any fully start to finish automated systems running. I do not.
Oh, we'll be streaming on the 31st. Well, not us, but whoever's on Wednesday. Is that a half day? 31st? Cannot remember.
Probably not.
Maybe the
I don't
second
recall
is?
New Year's Eve being a. It'll probably be one of those days I mentioned where it's at least the second half of the day is probably not worth trading, but
Yeah, maybe like first hour. That's it. It was a good year for the markets. People are probably managers are probably already taking their time off.
Look at this in the chat.
Whomever.
Chris, isn't it whomever?
What did I say that he's correcting me on?
I don't know. I love it.
My
Hey guys,
ESL
I'm
never
Merritt.
made it that high, so I didn't
create
even
the
know what
words
that
that you
word
speak.
is. I think that's a word you created, Merritt.
Whomever. Whomever's one of I will use that word from time to time, but I feel like a jerk anytime I use it. You know what I mean?
Yes.
You ever
but
like
but
say
I
a
have it
word and you
for a
like hate
different
yourself for
reason.
saying that word? You know what I
What'd you
mean,
say?
chat? It's like, hey, yeah. Loon, I like Loon's style. Him and I are often, or she, I don't know what, the pronouns over there, but Loon and I are often on the same page on things. Albeit, yeah, that's another one. Or snobby poo-poo head, as Justin Pfeffer adds. That's another one, yes. I always hate myself when I say that.
Yeah, it sounds pretentious.
It's a technical term.
Hey guys, I'm Merritt. I create the words that you speak.
All right, gold. What's it
Henceforth.
going to be? So just walking through kind of the thought process on some of this, bringing over this longer term chart. Here's this level I drew out with Crudele. I was long this initial turn, scaled some into the upper standard deviation, scaled half of it, and then got stopped on the remainder. I've re-entered. As usual, my entries are lining up with my kind of algorithmic signals. But we kind of had that flush into the lower edge of this LVN on the edge of this distribution from last week. So decent spot. Not the best trade I've ever been in, but worth some risk. I was actually just lamenting to my wife last night. I had the fire going. And we didn't have any eggnog. I was like, oh, babe, we got to get some eggnog. So yeah, I've been missing out. That's when chat's dedicated. They check in on you. Hey, how's the eggnog consumption? Right? How's that going? Appreciate you guys. All right, I'm getting called out for using the word lamenting. Fine. Nothing above 6th grade vocabulary for the rest of the stream.
Please, yeah. My highest level was ESL, so you got to help me out there.
Wait, they don't even have like, you don't have like ESL 1, ESL 2. There's not even levels.
No.
Dang.
Yeah, he's giving me an English lesson because he's
Yeah.
like, let me help this poor Mexican. Whomever. He'll never know that.
All right, I'm out of gold. Five minutes until equities open.
Yeah, there's nothing here yet. I need to see if we come down to 43 in ES or 560 to take out that prior day low. And in Q,
That is the exact spot that I have. It has nothing to do with yesterday's low, but 68.32 is kind of my over under.
yeah,
I prefer the downside. I would love to see us get and hold below 68.32 and see a little risk off, little panic, little fear.
definitely are seeing a lot of pretty weak action here after yesterday's push. Who am I supporting in the World Cup? I don't have a team. I didn't really get into soccer. So I can't tell you, my friend. I'm sorry.
No say.
Yo no sé.
Good morning. You guys ever turn on that cozy coffee shop ambience with Christmas jazz music YouTube stream? Do it. I've done it.
Let's see how the open goes. We have 2 minutes, very close to that prior day low for both. I think NQ is a bit lower. No, ES is a bit lower than that 43 zone. But this is very weak action so far. We'll see if it holds. If not, one more low to scare everybody would be good. And then slow down and maybe sideways higher until the end of the year. That's what I'm hoping for the swing side of things. We do have a little bit of a divergence here as, oh no, oh yeah, we do. NQ took out London low and ES did not. So we'll see if they're able to push price up. If not, we'll go take out that prior day low. The charts are messy here.
This is a good little jam.
You see any music?
Yeah, that coffee shop YouTube stream.
Damn, it feels
Ding,
good
ding,
to
ding.
be a gangster.
Huh.
All right, look at that. It held. All right, so it looks like we'll be creating a higher low against the prior day low if we don't reject back down. But let's see. Let's give it a moment.
I can't give away all my secrets, Alex. I look
Surmise a
for
bit.
I look at order flow, I look at the speed of the tape, I look at momentum shifts, I look at the rhythm, the rotations of the market, and all of that within a contextual awareness of what's the trade location, what's the market trying to do, where do things change. I shaved it off this morning. Random. I'm always impulsive. I'll just look in the mirror and just grab it and just do it. Mix it up.
All right, so we're into that prior day low. Yes, is holding a little bit better. Cyclicals are stronger. Banks are doing well. Tech is a bit weak. Yeah, some semis are down. Yeah. NVIDIA shot back down. I was pretty excited for that gap up that we were going to have, that 190. So I could take some partial profits on that.
Speaking of partials, I'm stalking, scaling out of this here.
Very nice. All right, so acceptance at that prior day low can mean pretty be vulnerable action and take us slower here. Yes, back down again. So it looks like we are going to commit to the downside.
Pump it.
Look at that. Gold moving for you.
Blessed.
Blessed, as they say. Hashtag blessed. Oh. Another opening where we have a divergent
There's
tape.
the
I think
scale.
yesterday we had a divergent tape between ES and NQ as well at the open.
Maybe. My goodness. Where's the exit door on this scale, chat? There.
Go for that 47.45. Go for a new high.
There is a smaller structural issue in gold. The acceptance picture below a whatever it is, a 5-day CVA. I've got mine around 42.31. And so that's why I've scaled out of 2/3 here. I didn't get on in the same position size as early this morning, but those scale outs, you keep structuring risk reward in your favor, guys, and you can scale out and really pay for any prior stop outs or paper cuts or whatever.
ES is leading here with cyclicals moving higher. You have banks that are pushing out small caps, so RDY is probably the best index at the moment. Industrials, tech, large cap, and then semis that are figuring themselves out. So if we're able to hold here, then ES needs to reclaim this recent overnight breakdown around 68.55, which we're just back testing that. That was the overnight consolidation. Let me share that here. So here's that range. So reclaiming this overnight consolidation would be the first bullish sort of structure here. If we can do that, we'll get a little bit of acceptance here. And then if so, we can push up to 68.68. NQ still has some work to do here. Its overnight consolidation test would be at 640. Here's that range here. So that's what it's needed in order for us to see higher towards that overnight high around 710, 720. So you have pretty much two directions here. Do we hold prior day low, bounce back up to 640, form acceptance and reclaim higher, or do we reject, form acceptance at prior day low, and then see a move lower towards the next zone here at 490? So I don't want to trade this action here. I'd rather wait to get more information and then have a clear picture on to say, okay, what does it want to do? So far we're bouncing, so that's good. And looks like we'll continue to stay with the divergence here as NQ took out prior day low and ES did not. A good sign for a reversal. Reversal's taking place. Now you need to reclaim the breakdown. And that's how you know, at least for me, that's how I will know that buyers are serious. But if we don't, we're just going to be range bound. And I don't want to trade range bound. I don't want to trade this. That won't be fun. So let's see what happens, guys. There you go. Very strong. Good. Just what we want to see. Semis are moving back up. CLS, NVIDIA. Good action. All right, so we're reclaiming the breakdown in ES. NQ is right at that breakdown. So it's lagging a bit. Let's see if we can form acceptance to confirm that we do want to go higher. But we have semis that are bouncing and everything's back good.
Gold having reached again the upper standard deviation. This time we found a decent top, which again is to be expected. This market tried to trend up this morning. I'm buying it as the intraday definition of trend is failing. I'm scaling out into that upper standard deviation. I'm getting in again as I am still long from here, scaling out again up into this area. So, like I said, the 3132 area, that's a composite value area, and that's also the area that's resistance intraday in terms of our VWAP standard deviation stuff. So, at this point, I've done my job, right? I timed the trade. It took a couple of entries. I've scaled out at a great area where there's resistance, if you will. And at this point, and this is the key lesson for those of you at home, we see if we get lucky. I have no idea what's going to happen in this trade. I really don't care much what's going to happen in this trade. And that's not for lack of caring about my trading. And I'm a professional trader. I'm very serious about all this stuff. I work very, very hard.
Why didn't I?
But there's a difference. I don't care what happens in this trade. And I've worked very, very hard to adopt mental frameworks and things like that to be able to say that and actually mean it. Some people walk around saying stuff like that and they're just trying to kind of psych themselves up and fool themselves. And that's okay. Fake it till you make it. But the goal is to get to a place where you actually believe that and you actually can sit back, let go, not, if you had a little chart of your emotional level of emotions, right? Either high emotions or low emotions. What would that chart look like as a trade goes in your favor, pulls back against you, things like that? What would that chart look like for you? And the goal is to start to flatline that chart more and more. And it takes time and it takes effort.
All right, so NQ got rejected right away at that back test of the breakdown. And now we look to see if we can form acceptance or if this sort of rejection here will push it back down to prior day low. But so far, I see this as a range here from 560s to 640. And I will wait to see which one can win. Yes, is leading. It did reclaim the breakdown already. It's inside that area. Good action by a lot of stocks, so that's good.
DSB, I'll show you. I bought here just before we came on stream. And as we were talking to Crudele starting the stream, I got stopped out. I bought here and stopped it out, and then I have re-entered as of this trade here, scaled out into this, and I scaled out here as well on the first trade. That's where we're at.
All right, so still weak after that rejection here in NQ. Let's see if we can form a little higher low here. You have a high, you have a higher low. If it can do so, then it can push back up. And then from there, see if it forms acceptance for a push up higher. So I'll be looking at that for a possible long. If we can't do that, then we'll see the rejection continue and then possibly back down to this prior day low area, where then I'll see if we can form acceptance there. Because we did get rejected pretty hard from there. So we need to see if that can hold. Like that. Perfect back test of that breakdown. What is the shop doing? What the hell? Holding. We have a higher low here now. Yes, it's stronger. Cyclicals continue to lead in the market.
One thing I haven't mentioned yet about the gold position here is, and I tend to, you guys may have noticed this, and maybe this is a good lesson. I don't know, but what do I tend to talk about most in my trades? It's always like the idea and the risk of where it's wrong, and I tend to really focus on my trade location, my timing, those type of things. I don't talk a lot about the targets and the profitable side of things. It's just not what I focus most on. I'm just kind of like realizing that as I speak here. But anyways, I do have a big nasty poor high yesterday in gold. So that's going to be a really nice area of interest at 42, call it 42. If we take a look at it on this bigger chart here, this spot up here, yesterday's highs, we've got kind of some stacked stuff in this area, and it's right into kind of the thick of things from last week. So I think that there's stops above 42.38, and I think there's stops above 42.40.
Alex, you do limit orders. You place limit orders at areas where you want to scale out at. We're just seeing a little bit of chop here in NQ as we figure out whether we want to commit to a higher low against the morning low after taking out prior day low, and then push back up into that overnight consolidation breakdown, where we can then reclaim and go higher, or we go lower. ES is leading, but we're still in this. I mean, ES is in a pretty range bound action here from the overnight range. So I just gotta continue to wait for more data.
You traveling any for Christmas, or you sticking around LA, or what's your plans?
Yeah, I'm staying in LA. I have most of my family here.
That's convenient.
Yours is spread out?
Spread out, but not bad. But traveling with a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old is
Oh yeah.
uh God bless my wife with the logistics and the packing list and everything. But no, her family and my family are each kind of 2 hours away from where we live, so it's not bad. Exactly, Crudele. That is the POC of the CVA. So it's we could traverse the CVA and go to 42.73, right? But it's just really, really logical for there to be some stop run above yesterday's 3 wide poor high and reach that point of control. If we're not failing below 42.31, that level I keep talking about, as yesterday started us doing, and today was attempting that as well. So that was against my thesis. If we're not going to fail below 42.32 or 42.31, that's just going to be one of the most logical first spots we rip to as those lows, or zip to as those low 42.40s. Yeah, double top trading. I do think it's possible to make a 90% accurate automated strategy. I could make that for you in about 30 seconds. Couldn't you, Chris?
Yeah, for sure. But
Yeah.
the question is, would it be profitable?
Yeah. Like, that's the easiest thing in the world, is to build a 90% accurate automated strategy. That's so easy. Let's do just a real quick little teach.
Uh-oh.
You know how you make money trading, guys? It's positive expectancy.
Positivo for those of us with ESL challenges.
So essentially, we need to figure out, it's really 2 things. How often are you right? That was what that 90% question was, right? Can I be right 90% of the time? What's my win percent? But there's an other half of this equation. The other half is risk reward. As in, if we break it down, how much do you make on average when you have a winning trade versus, or divided by the absolute value of how much do you lose when you have a losing trade? I know some of you at home know this, but for some of you, this is going to be very important to understand. What is trading? What are we trying to do? I don't care who you are. If anybody denies this, they are absolutely crazy and lying to you and terrible. Edge is the combination, whether or not you are profitable as a trader, the system you design, whether you like trading in this style or that style, or on this time frame or that time frame, or this trade management or that, it comes down to these things, whether you make money or lose money. How often are you right? And what is the kind of the ratio of what you make when you're right and what you lose when you're wrong? That's the math. So the formula is win percent times your average winner minus, your loss percent, which is 1 minus win percent, right? If you have a 90% win rate, 1 minus 90% is 10%, right? You'd have a 10% loss rate times your average loser, the absolute value of it. That tells you a lot. One of the things that we track for traders, both in our tryout and on our desk, is performance ratio. And it's kind of we don't have to get into the weeds on it, but you can just take your win percent times your win-loss ratio of average winner to average loser. That's a really good ratio. If you start to get that above 0.7, you're in a good spot.
All right, so ES has been nonstop. Now it's back to the top of the overnight range. NQ still stuck under that overnight range breakdown. We have a 5-minute wedge here forming. And now we got to see which way we break. But it hasn't really done anything. It's just a mixed day for tech while cyclicals lead. So, look, this is healthy action, guys. You need rotation in the market in order to give leaders some rest, give some laggards some momentum, and then rotate again.
Shoes QT. What do you think about the different studies that paint bars to delta color? Worth taking a look at, or a case of adding more noise to a workspace approach? Less is more. Look, first of all, don't lean on anything that you can't get the math to, because that's like having a key employee of a company. What if they get hit by a bus, right? What happens to the company, right? That you need protections and different things in place. If you have some type of indicator you use and you don't understand that indicator and what it's actually giving you and how it's calculated, that's a problem for the longevity of your business model. Some of you may not have a problem with that. I do, and I would. So with that said, having a bar colored or painted, that's no different than what I'm doing right here with these dots and arrows. We could make it color the bar. And I would argue that in a lot of times, as long as you know what you're doing with the tool, with the indicator, it has a job description, it has a purpose for your trading and your process, then it's not adding noise. It might, depending on how you do it, start to make your charts look more cluttered. So you have to be careful with that. But what it's actually doing is doing some math for you and just giving you the result of it on the chart. That's what indicators do for us. They make it to where our minds don't have to do it. Some calculations can be running, and the history of the calculation can be shown to us so that our brains can do the amazing stuff that our brains do. So having an indicator that puts a dot above a bar or colors a bar based on order flow or whatever else, that could be a good tool. You need to understand what the tool is, how it's calculated, and you need to only have things on your chart that have a purpose. That was a hard lesson for me to learn, because I kind of got in love with charts and almost like from an artistic perspective, like how good they looked. So we have jolts here in
We
imminent.
do. You see how that goes. NQ's not. Yes, is leading. Banks are moving. I'm gonna have to wait for this news. Look at that. There's that 47, 40, well, almost 45 for gold. And pulled back from that upper area. Hey, Shab, GM in the chat.
Morning, Shab. Here we go.
All right. Did it come out?
Oh yeah, gold's moving.
Nothing for the indices. All right, but NQ might want to push out here. We have a really nice contraction here now. Here.
There's a difference, guys, between holding into news once you've scaled out of 2/3 in your position and you're up, 12 handles on a gold position versus initiating a position or being in one that you haven't scaled out that's around your entry when the news comes out. Those are two very different situations from a risk perspective.
Still flat here. NQ, NES not moving much. We get them to move.
Well, I think gold is telling us it does not enjoy being up above 42.31.
There it is. See if we can get a higher low pullback. Let's see if we can pull back a little bit. What do I think about the wedge forming? It just broke. The wedge formed and broke.
Richie's, hey Merritt, do you keep an eye on the dollar index when you're trading gold? I am in I might be the only person on the NinjaTrader stream or on Twitter that strongly believes that it does no good for me to look at another market to help me trade another market. I understand for some folks, there's like you could use things as almost like a breadth indication, right? If you're trading stock indices, hey, are all the indices strong? Okay, that means that, that's like a breadth measure, right? If I had a read on, let's say, the dollar and gold, if I had a read on the dollar, maybe this is a bad example since people don't trade the dollar, but let's just say market A and market B. I'm trading market A, and I have a great read that market B is bullish, and it affects market A. Couldn't I just make money in market B if I'm so good at analyzing that market instead of the read through into the other market? And the fact is that a lot of people are not able to have a good enough read on the other market, just like they can't have a good enough read on on one market. So it's tough. It's not something that a lot of people want to talk to me about, because I have a very different view than most on that.
We're not seeing follow through here. Let's see if this higher low holds.
Kind of a capitulatory looking. Did that one tick the overnight high in the S&P, or is that the exact same tick? Hard to tell.
No, it went above it. Oh, yeah, I think it's exact one.
Yeah, I think it's the exact. But either way, that high right there looked a little capitulatory. Now there's a good bit of selling on that tape. Not a tradable event for me, and not a good trade location.
You mean for like a short?
Yeah.
Let's see if NQ can commit to this break here. It's still flirting with that overnight consolidation. We tried to break through it, but we had a pretty hard rejection back down. And yes, it looks like it might now consolidate after that morning strength. So I'm watching here for a trade. Yeah, ES back down. NQ is probably not going to move past that back test.
Yeah, Funk Buddha, your thinking is spot on there. There are, like I said about this trade this morning when I was first in it coming on the stream, this is not like some fantastic A+ type of setup in gold. It's not. Reaching 4230s, both from a weekly DVA perspective, as you're pointing out, we could rotate all the way back down to 4215. The thing that's keeping me in this thing is if we can kind of hang around kind of weekly prior value and rotate up from this monthly prior value and developing. That's kind of what's keeping me in the trade. But there's plenty of references, such as the fact that we can't solidly hold above that composite value low of 4231. And for sure, we just hit the upper extreme of the weekly, so we could rotate all the way back down. So it's not perfect. There are things that are against the idea on different time frames, but there are also things that are supportive. And That's the hardest part about trading a style like Nadro, is making those choices when you've got three things that say it's bullish and you've got two things that say it's bearish, or maybe even three things. How do you rank and distill that information and decide whether there's opportunity or it's just too messy? That's the hardest part of doing kind of a complex top-down multi-time frame analysis. But it's a great question, and you're spot on. So we are about to get stopped in gold. I'm going to go ahead and come out of it.
NQ remains range bound here. ES has backed up, but NQ can get going here if it's so. I'm interested. Let's see what's ES doing. I will try it here. It's looking at ES. But I'll have a tight stop. We are consolidating right at it. So it's some acceptance is being formed here. This is the second test of it. So the first one, we bounced into it, rejected, we consolidated, we did not move down to new lows, created a higher low. Then we pushed up again on the news. We came back down, created another higher low. So all we've seen this morning in NQ has been higher lows. We're now into the breakdown area, and we're starting to hold here. And if we can't really push out here, then we'll probably reject back down. And so I have a tight stop here in case we do not push out here. But it's just a kind of a range that we're trying to break out from. Okay, let's see if we can commit to it. We did form a higher low on the 5-minute after that wedge break, which is sort of what I'm trading against. But it's still not a very, this action's not the best. Don't want to really use up a lot of mental capital on here. Can I make this bigger? Pretty much back in the consolidation that we were in all last week.
Mm-hmm.
So there's really not much happening here. Can't I move this? Yeah, it looks like it will remain range bound.
Don't tell him, chat.
What? All right, I closed it. I'm not gonna push out. I don't want to stay in this. Yeah, we've been in range pretty much all morning. There you go. I was wondering why I couldn't frame that right. Yeah, what aren't you guys telling me?
Oh, I had shorted the S&P while you were long.
Oh,
I was
say
saying,
it.
don't tell him, chat.
Say it with your chest.
We're both going to lose money on the sequence.
I closed mine. I didn't like the action, but look, it's
Yeah,
it's just
I was
choppy.
just looking for us to take out that prior little whatever that level is, 58, just right in there, that prior little wick low to start to scale out of it right after you were exiting, and it just couldn't get it.
Yeah, look at that. See, I'm telling you, it wants it. It wants it. It's just a little too choppy. I don't want to.
Yeah,
It's not the best action. But I think your short can work now. Not that ES took out London
well,
high.
I first noticed that capitulation at the high, right? We pointed that out. And then just a real lack of buyers able to do anything since. And so to me, it's kind of a shift in who's control, and I'm just trying to play that for a little stop run through the lows. But so far, one tick shy.
Chop, chop, chop.
Oh,
Whose voice is that?
you got a new one. A little bit of a down day for the swing account. A lot of names resting.
All right, sellers, here's your chance. All you got to do is put a little something in it.
30 minutes later, we're still looking at this. And you're like, oh, I worked so hard today. What was the open at? 6:30. NQ's pretty much flat today. It's up a little bit. I think it's coming here. Your move.
I really want no part of this anymore. I regret touching this market.
Yeah, it's just not good action.
Watch, it will pay. I may have been early, but I'm not wrong.
That's a good one. See, we're always early, guys. Okay. That's the thing. Yeah, I'm not gonna touch this. I do think higher though, because we're forming acceptance at that breakdown. What action? Somebody said. Best book I read this year. I have not actually read a book. I've been too consumed with markets. There you go. What do you
Yeah,
what are you looking for?
I trimmed most of it, but whatever. It's worthless. Doesn't matter.
Are you looking for back to new lows or what level? The low of that band you have?
I was looking for exactly where we've gotten to, just below, that 58, 50 or whatever. That's all I was looking for.
Yeah, guys, get these likes up.
These are some rookie numbers.
We gotta, we're blessed by Merritt's presence here. So
Shut up.
gotta make sure he feels rewarded. Yeah, if you don't like this action, at least like the stream. NQ's still stuck in the 30-second opening range.
Well, I'm sure it's peaked above and below it, no?
Yeah. Yeah, what's your word of the day, Merritt? I think it was he said it earlier. What was that
I think it
word?
was what?
Uh lamenting, I think. Is that what he said?
Lamenting. Yeah, I think lamenting was the word of the day.
I think that's the word, his word of the day. Laminate. The algos are working today. Yeah, it feels like it. There we go.
What did gold end up doing? Oh my goodness. They got me. They got me at the low. I made a decent amount between all my gold scale outs today. For given the lack of high quality action, it's a good day.
We're trying to break back through the bottom of this overnight range here that we built. We broke lower. We back tested it twice. This has become acceptance, but it's just very choppy and not the best action. But it does look like we want to push out. I mean, the reversal off, if you're in the long from the reversal off the prior day low, you're just sitting in this. Your entry's protected at the moment. I still like this for higher, but I don't want to take a stop. My earlier trade was I had a tight stop because of the action, but look, if I would have still be in it. Silver new highs. Wow. You don't trade silver, you only trade gold?
I forget what year it was, last year or the year before. I was trading a ton of silver. I don't have a reason or an excuse as to why I haven't been. But I just kind of consolidated my chart books, and I've just been focused on gold. It's been good. It worked so good I quit doing it.
Yeah, huh? And rejected. We just can't really get back above that 645 area. There's really no trade here for a directional move in NQ. You closed your ES short, you're still in it.
No. I got out of it.
Yeah, it's probably better action later in the day. Only at 388 likes. Gotta help
You're
us out
kidding
here,
me.
guys.
You're kidding me.
Yeah, NQ's not doing anything. I won't trade this again until maybe later. I would say long in this though, if I was in a long from a reversal. I mean, there's nothing for you to do, just ride it out. Because
Good
all
bit
of
of
this
buying
is
coming in.
choppy, but yeah, it's choppy, but it wants higher. Yeah, there you go. So if you had a protected entry down here, then you can just ride that. Because now if we can't stick to the reclaim of this overnight range, we're going to go back to 680s. And then maybe that 710s zone, which is that overnight high.
A lot of buying in the S&P. Definitely a change in character from that dynamic I was working off of from Hive Day. I can't believe gold came down and got me. Just for all of you playing at home, it happens to everyone. It doesn't matter if you have a wide stop, a tight stop, you will get top and bottom ticked. And that's part of the game, and you got to tip your hat and move on. Oh, the books. The books question. I'm going to go with Jared Tendler, The Mental Game of Trading, and You Are Not What You Think. Is that the name of it? Don't believe everything you think.
He wrote a new book?
No, that one's not Tendler. I forget who wrote the second one. There's my 2025 picks.
All right, so now we're seeing follow through here. We're able to reclaim that 640s. Now you want any back test of it to hold and then push out into the top of the overnight range, which is around 700, and then have a zone at 710. So then acceptance and a higher low inside the range. Then you can see price traverse all the way back up to the other side.
What's a typical scaling plan for desk trader at Apteros? We don't have some type of fixed scaling plan. That could cut both ways. Some of you might feel like that's protection, that you're kind of like guaranteed scale if you have a scaling plan. I tend to fall on the other side of the camp. I think that every trader and where they're at is so different. I don't want to put some blanket scaling plan for everyone. But a trader on our junior desk could get a risk bump starting after the end of their first month. If they put up risk-adjusted returns, decent ROMAD ratio, return divided by max drawdown over the period, and they're doing the things that we require, putting in the work, doing end-of-day reviews, we're going to be having that conversation. You and I, or myself and either you and me, or you and our desk manager will be having a conversation around bumping up risk. So for us, it's on kind of a month-over-month basis. You put up good risk-adjusted returns, we're gonna try to start scaling you up, sizing you up, expanding your risk limits, things like that.
Can you swing trade?
Do I?
No, can you in the program?
As of right now, no. In the future, yes. You heard it here first.
Oh,
It's coming.
will you guys offer single stock futures if they ever come out?
If they're not crazy thin, and problematic, which I don't foresee them being, then absolutely. As long as they've got decent volume.
choppy, but we're still slowly pushing higher. ES is pretty flat now. It's really not moving. NQ sort of taking the lead, but it's still a choppy day here, so don't overtrade. Best to wait.
I don't think they're out yet, are they? Sharp cap, single stock futures. I think they're coming, but they're not. They're not released yet, are they?
Uh, there are some. They have existed. They're on Interactive Brokers, but
Huh.
I think maybe I don't know if it's a new set or a new series that they'll be coming out maybe in the next, I don't know, year, 2 years.
So which ones are out now? Like some of the Mag 7 or something, or what?
I don't. Maybe the chat knows. I don't know. I'm gonna wait until Ninja has them, whenever that is. If you can swing trade, I'll be looking to swing trade those. I'll combine that with the moves that we get in the market. Swing trade Nvidia with futures. You have big tax benefit, and then you'd be able to profitable strategy, make more.
Looks like it's Singapore, South Korea, and Hong Kong single stock futures on Interactive's websites.
Yeah, Tesla, Nvidia, the mags. Probably that's what will come out. Maybe some semiconductors, really like the best movers. Maybe some growth names. I think they'll maybe have like, I don't know, just a small focus on strong mega caps.
Well, that's the purpose, Mr. Josh Platinum. That's the purpose of the futures markets, is to offset risk, hedge. That's why they exist.
Wait, did you say your family was 2 hours away?
My parents and my wife's parents, yes, they're each.
And you're flying? Oh, 2 hours away flying.
No, driving.
Oh, okay. Because I was just thinking traffic here is like 2 hours here in LA. It's normal. So that maybe it was
Go
flying.
5 miles.
Yeah.
Normal days, volatility requires a seatbelt. Today requires a walker. That's good. Tech solution.
They just want a more effective way to hedge for single stock futures. I think they just well, I don't know if we have that already, but the 24-hour markets, or maybe that's coming soon. I think it's just a way for the CME to be involved.
We've
Since
got some
futures
amateur
already.
comedians in the chat. interacting with this price action is like eating a Tennessee taco. It's a gamble going in and most likely leaves you with regret. Yeah, I mean, transaction costs, right? That's a thing too. What are the spreads like? Does it attract a lot of market making firms, which is what I'm sure that's the biggest thing I would assume the CME's working out right now is getting interest in terms of generating a tight market from those HFTs and whatnot to hop in. But I'm not as excited personally for them. You know, it's more products with a 0.85 correlation to the S&P and the NASDAQ. I don't get super excited about more products that go up together and down together personally. I get really, really excited about something that comes out that's going to have a bunch of volume. This just doesn't really happen, by the way. But if something were to come out with a ton of volume, tight spreads, low transaction costs, and a near zero correlation with U.S. indices or something, you know, those are markets that adding into your repertoire, it's a big value add. It's like running a prop desk. When I get a new trader, trades differently than other traders, right? On different time frames, maybe different markets, different style. That adds something really special to my portfolio of traders.
Well, I'll say what's exciting is that, yes, the products will go up with the market, but you have individual stocks that go up much more than the market.
Sure.
They're the leaders that are helping the market go higher.
Yeah. So higher beta. Yeah.
So I like that myself, since my main thing is swing trading.
I guess I would it's a great conversation. I guess I would argue, what is the benefit of higher beta when you already have more leverage in something like the NQ than you would ever need to really push and deal? You know what I mean? Like, if you've already got more leverage than you'll ever use, how does high beta help? Because you just have to size it down.
I see that point. My point would be, you know, and you said this yourself. You brought this up that I think your mentor at gosh, I forgot the name of the firm you were at.
S&B.
Yeah, he said that you're only as good as the market you're in, or something like that.
Exactly. Yeah.
The best days in NQ, think of this is how I see it. The best days in NQ for like expansion moves, that can be replicated across 10 different stocks during the same week or the same month with the same risk profile. So I see it as you're having access to more opportunities with the same, let's say, A+ setup.
If they do it at different times, you're right. But if they all do it at the exact same time, it doesn't help.
No, but you have multiple stocks that are breaking out with these A+ setups that I myself trade. But now you have futures. So yes, it's higher beta, but that A+ opportunity that you're sort of focusing on and trying to attack, you just have many times throughout that month. And that's huge.
Yeah, you would absolutely know more than me when it comes to this conversation, and so I really respect your opinion and take on it. You're actually in this stuff and doing it. I'm just observing from afar.
The only issue would be margin, because with stocks, like I can go 150, 50% into margin, 100%. I can be 200% invested across many good stocks, but with futures, you're probably not going to be able to do that. You're probably going to be already leveraged per product.
Dude, what's the leverage on one NQ? What's the leverage on an NQ contract?
It's huge.
It's more than that. So you're going to have more leverage with single stock futures, I would assume.
Yeah, but
a 200% margin account
will probably be less. The ability to buy those multiple opportunities will be less, since you're limited by the margin. Like right now, I have, I don't know, 12 names in the swing account, all leaders. I don't think I'd be able to have that. It'd be more concentrated positions.
I guess it depends on how they size. Like, what are the unit? Like, is it equivalent to 100 shares, or like what is the contract that they come up with? That's going to be interesting to see. And then everybody's going to want micros, and yeah,
Yeah.
it's
And then also the
a lot of
volatility of
respect
those names.
to people designing financial products. That's a heck of a endeavor.
So we got to move, guys. NQ finally was able to I mean, everything that we discussed was there. I just didn't like the action, so I didn't stay with the trade. But we had that big reversal here from the prior day low. We tested that overnight consolidation once. We rejected, created a higher low. Again, rejected, created a higher low. And then we formed acceptance. And then now we're pushing out higher towards the upper end of that range. But I didn't want to put on risk again due to the overall tape. So I'm okay missing the move. I'll just wait for another setup that can happen later in the day. Bitcoin's doing well.
I bet Tracy could give us a good dissertation on the
Yeah.
some of these single stock future concepts. She's probably laughing at our ignorance on the topic. Craig too.
Chris, not sure if it's just me, but the heat map hasn't changed even 1% since the open. Can I confirm that? Larry, I don't look at the heat map, so I don't know what that 1% change would mean. We're
Like
talking
a
about
heat map of all the main like everybody does. You got a box for this sector with like a bunch of names in it, and a box for this sector with a bunch of names. Everything's flat.
like the overall market.
Yeah, I think that's what he's saying.
I thought it was, isn't that where you can see like those level 2 orders or something like that? What is that called? No, book map. Right? Is that what that's called?
That's different.
Oh.
I don't know. I didn't read his thing in the chat, so who knows?
Chris, the market may be waiting for the Fed rate. Yeah, we're just waiting for that. Book map is level 9. Unless you see the orders before the orders are placed. If I see your question, please disregard. I don't see it. Oh, great job, takeaway. Great job on the analysis. Chris, learning to maximize my swings is always a good decision. Look, that's why I'm a trend follower, right? This is I don't like it when they called me trend follower in middle school, and I'm sure Merritt would have called me that, but call me a trend follower all you want now. And it's simple support supply. We're forming acceptance at resistance, and then we tried higher. It's a choppy day, so we're selling back down. So there's really not much to do on the aggressive side here, unless you're sort of scalping. But NQ's pretty flat on the day. Level 10 is 1 day into the future. That's funny. Oh, you typed it in. I think so. Because with being 200% invested in stocks, you can sleep at night. I don't know if I'll be able to do that with futures.
Well, again, that's the thing. It depends on how many shares of the stock one contract represents, right? If it's small enough, instead of deploying, 200K into a position, which is you sleeping at night and, like sized right for you, you might be able to deploy with the greater leverage 25K, 50K of margin to hold the same exposure, right? And that actually frees up your, then you can have the rest of the capital in T-bills or what. That's the big benefit of if it's enhanced leverage, right? You actually size it down as long as the per contract product is not too big, right? As long as it's not like, well, I would need micros to size this right. So that to me is going to be really interesting how they size them. I agree with Mr. Josh Platinum there. 100 shares wouldn't shock me. Nice round number. Yeah.
Yeah. Tracy confirms.
Oh, they are.
So look at that back test here. We back tested that overnight breakdown area again here at 640s.
Already back at the highs.
And just bounced right back up.
It's like everyone is said, all right, no there's no momentum, there's no movement, it's utter chop. Let's all go to the 1 second chart and find those little momentum moves and everybody pile in at the same time. And you see Delta just getting slammed and Delta ripping higher. I don't know what's going on there. All right, Tracy's following up. They are going to be 100 shares, 2-to-1 overnight, and you'll get 4-to-1 for intraday. Interesting.
Yeah, with 4-to-1, I don't know if I'll be able to hold overnight a lot, the fully invested across many names.
Right.
I need a separate account just for futures.
Who wants to hold 100 shares of Berk A? What's that going to run you?
Yeah,
What's that
what
thing
is it at?
trading
Isn't
at
it
these
like
days?
2 something?
740,000.
740,000. Wow.
I'll take 100 shares. A 1 lot. Single stock future Berk A.
Would it amplify volatility? Yeah, because I think overnight moves will have stronger reactions. Or like, for example, this NVIDIA news that came out yesterday about them being able to sell to China now, and that the US keeps 25%. Now you're going to have all these overnight traders and international traders participate more in that move. And so what does the next day open mean now for a stock like that? Yeah, I
Again,
think
coming
probably
back to the hedging with like Tracy's saying, if the leverage is there, you can get a 1-to-1 hedge with no theta cost, right? That's much more, you don't have to figure out your beta differential, right? And use S&P or NQ as a proxy and a beta adjusted kind of thing. It's a really good hedging product for people who need that. That's really a great point.
I think it'll be better. I'm still going to swing trade them, but I think it'll be really valuable for hedging.
Exactly.
Sometimes you have these big negative reactions, like on Tesla. So to hedge that with futures, that would be really well. Well, I'm long Tesla, so I'm glad that it's going up today.
I think the S&P is about to take some stops here at the highs.
Moving it higher now. Oh, there you go. There's that follow through in NQ. A little bit choppy, but if you had an entry at the lows, then it's been protected this whole move up. If not, you probably got chopped up around here. MU, beautiful.
MU, is that Micron? What is
Yeah,
that?
yeah. Micron.
I hadn't heard that name in a while.
It's a great market this year.
What do they do? Processors or chips? What do they do?
Yeah. Chips. They're leading. That sector's leading the market higher.
Like we talking like sour cream and cheddar, or like regular, like a Lay's or like a Ruffles? What are we talking about? What kind of chips?
I think barbecue.
Barbecue. Hey, you ever have? It might be regional, just in the South here, but you ever have that sweet heat? Chat, you guys ever had those sweet heat chips?
Is that like honey?
Yeah, it's got a little of that, and it's got like, a little kick to it, a little sweet heat.
They put hot honey on pizza?
Oh yeah, there's a place in Nashville that does like some kind of like oil and jalapenos, and it's like a white pizza. Little Midnight Oil is the name of the place. Another good chip is Garden Salsa. The
Vegan?
no, it's Sun Chip. Who makes those? The Garden Salsa. Those things are great too. Sun Chips. Yeah, Garden Salsa Sun Chips are awesome. I'm getting hungry.
Well, it's lunchtime for you, no?
10 o'clock, no.
Oh, you're only 2 hours difference in Tennessee? No, really?
Mm-hmm. In this part of
Wow.
Tennessee.
Oh, hey guys.
Hello.
Hey guys, we were just
What's going
talking
on?
chips.
Hey, doesn't Nashville get like super dark at like 4 to 4:30 during the winter? Like because you're still on Central Time, but like you're so close to the Eastern Time zone?
Yeah, I guess. How does that work? The further
Well, like you're so close to that
yeah.
that time
The
zone where
further
you should be
east
an
you are
hour.
in your time zone,
Yeah.
the earlier it gets dark. Yeah.
Right.
Those chips are awesome.
Which ones?
The salsa.
Oh,
They're
the garlic
great.
Yo,
salsa.
hey.
Yeah.
They're so good.
Yeah.
Hey, Micron's barbecuing my ass over a new PC build because of RAM prices are so high.
Really?
Yeah, 64 gigs was like $700. It's usually like 100, 200. I don't know.
64 gigs of RAM is $700.
Yeah, there's a huge
Really?
RAM shortage because of AI.
Huh. So
Who's this AI? We gotta.
I don't understand. Has it pivoted from GPUs to RAM now?
Well, it's everything. It's all things, but RAM is particularly the most sought after piece of hardware right now. But I think it's all PC compute. It just happens to be short. Maybe there's a shortage of supply. I'm not really sure. All I know is I had to pay way too much money for the RAM. They doubled in the last couple of weeks. Yeah.
Oh,
Buy the
just have
stock so
bad.
it pays
Hey,
you back.
man. He said I have bad luck in building. I get it. I'm late to the build your own PC party, and they they shove a couple of sticks of RAM, where.
you know what? I'm on the exact same bad PC time. I built one at the tail end of 2019, and
Yeah.
GPUs were insane, right? I got like a GTX 1080 or whatever, and it was just through the roof. And I actually just bought a PC on Black Friday as well, and it was, yeah, they got you for it.
Well, all right,
My
guys.
problem, I've got all these ecosystems now. I've got PC. I'm on a Mac Mini right now with Parallels, and I've got an AirBook, and it's just like my systems are all over the place. I gotta like figure something out.
How are you guys doing this morning? Catch any trades? Or Salma, you're in a trade?
Yeah, I was trying to short here. I was short based off of, I don't know if you guys trade ICT or the strat, but this candle here at 10 a.m. would be considered like a fail 2 up or a CRT. So I was trying to take a short based off of that. It was looking good for a while, and then NQ decided to gain strength. You guys are saying what? MU is the reason?
I would say the whole sector, semiconductors are moving.
Yeah, so now that, NQ is moving, pushing up, it's not looking as good. I might wait it out though, just because the hourly is, we closed as an indecision candle on ES. So I'm gonna just hold that, keep my stop in place and see what happens there. But I did catch a short this morning at like 5 in the morning. I was short overnight. And then that like Nvidia news came out about China saying whatever they said. We dropped really, really quick and my PT hit. So for the most part, I'm just chilling today. What about you guys? Take anything?
Caught the good chunk of gold off the lows. Scaled out of most of it, and then got stopped on the remainder. It's been a
Oh, nice.
quiet session here, but it was a good move.
There we go. We're pushing. They want this higher.
Yeah,
Chris, enjoyed
moving.
it as always, brother.
Yeah, good sesh. You guys enjoy the rest of the day.
Yeah, good luck, guys.
Take care.
Make some points.
Make some ticks.
All
See
right,
you guys.
chat. You guys have a good rest of your week. Take care.
Bye,
Thanks, Chris.
guys.
See you, Merritt.
Adios.
I see, Leo, you took my advice
What was
This-
your advice?
on the your indicator. This morning I was like switching time frames. I'm like, whoa, it's working on my different time frames now.
Oh, I didn't even change anything yet.
Really?
Yeah.
No, because I'm on the 30 and it's
No, I swear I didn't change anything. Look at that fight. Look at the mid though, right there. Do you see it?
well, wait, on yours? Hold on.
No, just like right here.
Yeah.
Boom. Yeah. So like breakout, retest the mid, and get
And
long.
pushed higher. Yeah. Someone in the chat was asking if you took a long off that.
I didn't. I wasn't here for it, unfortunately.
What's your ATR indicator called, Salma? It's literally called ATR versus DTR. So it is this one. If you can see that. But yeah, no, Leo, I don't know if you did anything or not, but it's working on the different time frames.
Nice.
It's switching now.
Maybe that was a problem in the chair, not in the code thing.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that stuff, but I'm glad that it works. Whatever it is, I'm happy.
I'm still waiting for them to take it down because apparently everyone said my thing will get taken, my free anything you put out there basically gets taken down.
Oh yeah, I was reading the comments under that. I saw those. Oh, by the way, did you notice, Leo?
What's up?
I got
Oh,
LED lights.
I did. I was actually looking.
Yeah.
I was like, yo, Salma is upscaling. She's
That's
getting
it.
Her background is getting an uplift.
No more lights on in the office. Just LEDs.
Looking snappy.
I stayed up till midnight, like setting it all up. So
Just doing that, huh?
yeah, so I was ready for today.
Nice. The indicator that Leo uses, it's just the open. I put an opening range indicator on TradingView. You can find it on my Twitter. It's free. It's open source, so you can play with it if you wanted to mess with the actual code.
Yeah, it's actually good. A lot of the opening range indicators that I've used in the past have either glitched or it just never properly works.
Well, there you go. I'm the best vibe coder out there.
Yep. I'll give you your kudos.
It's just a.
I'm glad chat is liking the lights. Thanks, Shad.
It's ES underscore F underscore Leo. Maybe somebody on Ninja could put a link to it.
Hopefully they link mine instead of yours, like they did to me that one time with XY.
Do you know the first thing that I did when I pulled up the YouTube stream today?
What?
I hit the like button.
Oh, yeah, let me do that. Thanks for the reminder.
Yeah. Did you
Guys,
guys also hit the like button?
Like it up.
Chat. Did you take some trades earlier today? I didn't. I wasn't able to watch the open this morning, so I was hoping to get some trades in this afternoon. This segment here. I almost became CG Leo. Do you mean GC Leo? Hey, it's never too late. It's never too late.
Let's go. Come on, drop. I don't like how, I mean, I was bullish buys coming into today. And then after the market opened up, I kind of changed my mind a little bit. Just didn't like how NQ finally found some buyers as soon as I entered shorts.
Yeah, that's really rude.
Yeah, I have to agree.
Why were
what
you
the hell?
bullish before the open and then bearish after the open? I'm curious.
Oh, well, I didn't really I wasn't bearish after the open. I was just kind of a little bit more cautious just because as soon as we opened up, there was a lot of divergence. If you were watching the price action pan out, there was a lot of divergence between ES and NQ starting off the day. Like you can literally just see it within the first 30-minute candle on both ES and Q. NQ was a little bit more wicky. A lot of indecision here in the first 30 minutes, whereas ES was pushing higher. So that just gave me it told me just be a little bit cautious. And then I flipped bearish once that 10 a.m. candle closed.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was bearish overnight. I took an overnight trade, went to sleep, randomly woke up at 5 in the morning, just in time for the drop when PT hit. So that was nice. That never happens.
Composite Trader, I just put it up. It's been something that we're working on in the background on NT. But maybe you did forget to activate your CBOE data. It's possible. Just buy. Just
That's
buy.
great advice.
I can't remember a time that something like that was bad advice.
Dude, Santa Rally.
think a lot of
Are
people got
you
excited at the open because relative volume was pretty high, and then it's just dropped off significantly ever since the open.
Yeah, we'll likely be like that until 2 p.m. tomorrow. Are you trading
of course.
FOMC?
No, okay.
Guys,
I don't
chat,
trade it.
decipher what he's trying to say, please.
I don't trade it.
Someone translate what he was trying to say, please. Oh my God. You don't trade it?
No. Do you?
Yeah. No. I mean, I have plenty of times and I have regretted it every single time. So I will likely just chill out tomorrow. I will try to get a trade in prior to Powell so that I can just, sit sidelines while he does yap. And then I think I'm expecting Thursday to be probably the cleanest price action of the week.
Why Thursday?
Just usually
After
like
FOMC.
yeah, after FOMC, yeah.
Yeah.
Usually Monday, Tuesday, and half of Wednesday are like we've been seeing. And then Thursday, Friday, we get a little bit of cleaner price action. Plus, it gives the market time to digest. Someone said only trade evals on FOMC. Yeah, I mean that's not the worst idea out there. Protect your fundeds. Bitcoin is mooning.
Yeah, there's really nothing for me to do yet.
It's funny because before we got on, it was moving nicely.
Yeah.
And then as soon as we got on,
That tends to happen to me quite a bit on NinjaTrader. I'm thinking about calling up Crudele and being like, hey, man, if you guys are going to do this to me every time I jump on, it's going to be a problem,
I'm going to get stopped out here.
You're still short?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
gotta
I'm just going to leave it, not going to touch it, leave it be. Another reason why I did go short too was that 10 a.m. candle, right? Besides the way it closed and everything I explained before, we closed below a fib level that I have here from, previous all-time high to our latest low. So I was expecting some sellers to step in here and, keep us lower, obviously.
Yeah.
So the setup was there. Unfortunately, NQ just decided to pump, so.
Yeah. That's a nice
Someone
chart there. It'd be
said-
a shame if you made it dark mode,
All right, guys, I put some lights in the office. That's all I'm doing, all right? We got to compromise. You got to meet me halfway.
We're gonna work her down to dark mode. She'll be dark mode in like 6 months at minimum.
I really don't want to be, but I saw Kane is white mode, Tanya's white mode. Why you guys always coming for me?
Well, they're a little more set in their ways, They're,
Wait, is Chris is also white mode?
Yeah, I think he is.
Yeah.
I think he is. Come to the dark side, Sama.
Cooper tells me to stay true to myself, so that's what I'm doing.
Okay.
Composite
This-
trader, I did not say that.
This actually might be a decent little short spot.
God.
You know what? I'm gonna wait.
Only crazy people use Bray mode. Yeah, well, I never said I wasn't crazy. Chris said he's brown. Please send me what is it called? The color tag? Well, guys, what is it called?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Like, if I wanted to share my background color with you, what is that called? The hex. Yeah, share the hex.
Hex.
There you go.
I mean, at least it's not too offensive, like just like pure white.
Yeah. Crude is asking me if you're on an eval account and you have just $100 left for max loss, what would you trade? Or how would you trade? I would wait for the best A+ setup and size stupidly light to try and make some money back. Or I would just say, screw it and go buy another one. Because $100, there you go, I got stopped out. $100 drawdown is not enough at all. It would be like the greatest comeback of all comebacks. No, don't full port, because then it will just, you'll just blow it right away. Don't do that. Salmo, part of Jersey, are you in Northern Jersey?
Is aren't people supposed to ask what exit?
Yeah, I'm closer to New York than I am to Philly. Salma, how does one prepare for a blind acting role? What does that even mean? NQ, NDX, no, the time is not worth it to come back. No, like with $100 drawdown, you're literally fighting for your life at that point. So you're either gonna like be really, really lucky and luck out with a good trade that will give you a little bit of cushion, or you're just gonna blow the account and you can go buy another one, right? Yeah, like the effort it would take for you to try and come back on that account, you could be putting that effort into a brand new account.
Let's see what happens up here just above these 700s, below yesterday's mid. I don't want to blindly short, just kind of a grind higher, but we could see resistance here.
Leo, that's another thing. I don't know if I just didn't notice it before with your indicator, but now it still marks previous days. Was that always a thing?
No.
Yeah, what did you do to this thing? Something changed.
I don't think, maybe you're not even using my thing.
No, I am. Yeah, for sure. RTH opening range for extensions. Yes. And I have it favorited too.
Sick.
Yeah, Leo the Tiger.
Okay, hang on. I'm watching this. Trying to scope this straight out.
All right, I'll be quiet.
Salma.
I'll be quiet. My bad.
I'm just gonna let it be. Yeah, that's crazy. Maybe I don't even maybe it's like better than I thought it was.
DSB, it does have previous day ranges. It's literally, I'll show it to you. It's right here on my chart. Okay, I changed my colors around and stuff. So the purple is my highs and lows, and then the
Oh
brown is
yeah,
the
it
mid.
does have previous days. Yeah.
It does, yeah.
Yeah.
But that wasn't here before.
Yeah, it's always been there. You didn't notice it yesterday because you would have had to go back all the way to Friday.
Oh, maybe. Yeah. He said, how come mine doesn't?
Get
Are you?
good. Get good. You know?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have an answer for that.
What did I give you? You have the same indicator. I hate the word indicator. It just drives me absolutely bananas.
Why?
I don't know. I just think it's just like, I think an indicator like MACD, RSI, it's just, to me, this is like a tool, you know?
That's what an indicator is. Chat.
I mean,
Someone pull up the definition of indicator, please.
it's
Oh,
just
I'll
me.
do it.
It's just me. Is that an volume profile on my chart? Yes, it is. Yes, making new highs.
Yep. It's unfortunate. I'll see if, you know,
I'm just gonna put a couple on short. I don't think it's actually gonna.
I don't think we.
This is like a B trade, but I'm just gonna give it a shot. It's late. I got a really bad entry too. That's fantastic. Love that for me.
You go, Leo.
Hey, well, I'm gonna try it. Bid's got really weak up there.
Is that an edge alert?
Sounded like it.
Yeah, it is. Salman, can you show me the indicator settings? Yeah, I can. Sure. I didn't really mess with anything except literally the colors. So here you go. And tell me when to scroll. I'll scroll for you. Okay, I'm gonna scroll. I turned off extensions. So nothing there. Leo, how do you use the extensions of your indicator?
There are areas of interest, targets, and potential resistance or support points, depending on the breakout.
Cool. But like it's just a what? Like how do you get that? How does
Oh,
your
sorry. So basically it's configurable in the thing. You make it a 1x, or I think I'm just gonna scratch out of this. So it would just be a multiplication of the opening range itself, and then it would just extend it 1x or 0.75, or just whatever you put in there. Most
Okay.
people would like 1, 1.5, and 2x are kind of what I would use. But I made it configurable so you could put any value in there. Of course, when I put myself out of this trade,
It starts to drop, yeah.
starts to drop a little bit.
I think I'm gonna try a long at the 9 EMA on the 5 minute.
Did you get off that? No. Okay, so I created it in TradingView and I just made it publicly accessible for free. It's nothing. It's nothing. It's just an opening range chart. The indication of the indicator indicated the level of indicators level of indication.
Oh, that just hurt my head. Say that 3 times fast.
Would I do a cage match with Michael Huddleston? I don't really have anything against the guy, so I don't really have a reason to get in a cage match with him. Would you, Fractal? Would you do it?
Guys, we have Euro close in 7 minutes.
It's just not worth to get back in this trade, even though I still like it. The thing with the slow grinding uptrend like this is that little pullbacks like this look like they might be a change in behavior. And not always the case. Usually they're just kind of like the little pullback for, just to continue to get for higher. So you can't really chase or get a bad entry on a short, even if it's a scalp. You have to kind of really pick it off. So for that reason, I'm just gonna keep my hands on the sidelines. I personally don't love just like getting long 10 points, 20 points off high a day. It's not my skill set. or really in my repertoire of trading. So
Dude, someone said I remind them of Meg from Family Guy. Is that supposed to be a good thing or a bad thing? I don't.
Meg from Family Guy.
Yeah. She was always like picked on. And yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Salma, does that possibly indicate a reversal when it closes? I don't know what you're referring to. If you want to clarify. Yeah, I thought so. That was
The
not a good
chat
thing.
is being hilarious today. I noticed. Very much full of humor.
Chat always brings the energy.
How do you interpret your extensions, guys? This is the thing with trading is please don't overcomplicate something. If an extension from an opening range is displayed either above it, like if you have it at 1x, it's simply telling you that it's 100% extension of that opening range. It's nothing more than that. It's just information to let you know where you are in time and space. So I use that for targets, for runners. I use it for potential reversal because it seems, this is not the extensions piece is not something I've back tested. I've back tested the OR mid. So that is a trade setup that's back tested. You can read about it. Obviously, past performance never is indicative of future success. I'm not going to come on a show and tell you that something works 100% of the time. That's not the case. It's a trade setup off of the OR mid. I use the extensions for targets, and I also use those extensions for areas of interest. That's it. There's no interpretation other than if it lines up with something else that I've got going on there, great. If we see a massive reaction there, maybe I'll jump into that trade. It's just literally just an area of interest, just like any other level. That's it. One indicator of enjoyment.
The OR mid works on anything, really.
Yeah, so I've back tested it specifically on NQ, ES, and GC. And it's a from the back testing that I've done, it does have an equity curve that goes to the right. I'm not gonna make any other claims about it. You can do your own research if you want to use that trade setup and deploy that into your trading. Do your own work on that.
Joe says 30-second OR extensions are my holy grail.
That's
Are
amazing. Yeah.
Do you have that like automated as an indicator or?
Good morning, Nick.
Nick's in the chat. Oh, very nice, Joe.
Okay, so from the back test that I ran, it was a systematic back test that just took the trade, a breakout of the opening range, took the mid trade. I combine things with order flow that I use to give me kind of that extra confidence to take the trade. I bet Nick is short.
Wait, Leo, on your chart,
What?
when did you? Oh, never mind. Never
What did
mind.
I do? What did I do?
No, I thought you were using TradingView. I'm like, when did you get OR high, OR mid to like be marked out?
Oh, well, because I have this on NinjaTrader.
Gotcha. Yeah. You need to do that with yours or like the level.
The OR high, OR low thing?
Yeah. Like
Yeah.
let's say the OR high was at 700,
Mm-hmm.
then 700 would be marked out on the side.
Oh, like on the side over here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Sometimes it's easier when you're like just trying to place a trade or to visually see it.
Right.
Dude, if this thing pumps here without, it's missing my fill.
Oh, did you put a limit buy in there?
Bro, it's missing me by a tick.
Yes, the ORMID is based on a 5-minute opening range. Kane was on PTT. He was the last episode we did. Fractal, did you say you were going to fight Huddleston or not? I didn't see.
Wow. Chat, are you guys
Well,
seeing
cage
this?
match. Cage match. Sorry.
All right, we're canceling that.
What are we canceling?
I missed my limit. I canceled my limit order. Missed me by a
Gotcha,
tick.
gotcha. But yeah, they keep telling me that somebody is going to you know, remove my trading view script or something. I don't know. I think I made someone mad. They were like saying there's already an OR indicator or something on trading view. I'm not sure.
There's so many, but I'm telling you, I've used like 3 of them and they all have disappointed in one way or another. Whoa, what was that drop on NQ?
No idea.
What the heck?
That's interesting. The minis didn't drop that far. Not that I haven't seen that before. Happens quite often.
Yeah, that was just weird. Let's
Not
see if there's
Leo's, they're
news.
great.
Yes, Leo's so far has been good, but I've only been using it for a day, so we shall see. Oh, I see that 6870 has a seller sitting up there. You see that, Leo, or no?
Yep. I don't really have a much focus on ES, but I saw it.
Wait, that would be a buyer?
Well, I mean, it's an offer, so it's a seller, passive seller. But for that to fill, somebody would have to lift it. They pulled
Just
off.
disappeared, yeah.
Yeah.
So like, okay, obviously we said last time that spoofing doesn't happen as often as people think it does, and it's illegal, blah blah blah. You think that would be like a form of spoofing? Or
No, they
no,
just
not
moved the
really?
order up.
Yeah, I see that now.
It may,
Yeah. 74.
There's a lot more into spoofing of just putting an order on, pulling it off.
Right. Plus, like, there's really no way to prove like what that person is trying to do, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's ultimately up to the regulators when they identify repeated activity like that to investigate. Hey, Nick, where is your stop loss? The chat wants to know. Regulators. Don't trust until we
Um,
clear the Globex high.
I'm starting to use order flow tools. I'm still learning.
Yeah, I was like, how does Salma know about an order on the Dom?
I told you this. I told you what I was using. I'm not gonna say it
Yeah.
out loud because then everyone's gonna come at me.
Hmm.
I'm just gonna stay quiet. But yes, I'm trying to learn. Damn, dude, I cannot believe they missed me by a tick just to push it up. There's no high day. That sucks.
Yeah, I think my PC is cranking.
How do you get level 2 with Lucid? You don't. There is no level 2 with Lucid. You would have to go use something else. Yeah, this is unfortunate. I love the blue-gray background. Thank you. Thank you. The lights are actually, I put them at white, but it looks blue.
Yeah, I like it.
Thank you. Yeah, I had my mom help me out. We stayed up till midnight. Doing LED lights, guys, is a two-person job. I thought it was one. It's tough. Oh, Leo, Kane dropped a nice comment.
What did Kane say?
He said, well, if it isn't my favorite streamer, and Leo. That's actually hilarious. Thanks, Kane. That was awesome.
Typical Kane comment.
When do you guys stream together again?
Tomorrow morning.
I'll tune in. I'll tune in.
Yes, DSP. Yes, for sure.
Not seeing anything interesting here unless we can test 63 on ES again. And I'd go long. How long have you guys been streaming on Ninja? I just joined last week. Amazing work. First off, thanks for tuning into us. We really appreciate that. I'm actually fairly new to Ninja within the last month, but Leo is an OG.
We started in March of this year.
March, damn. So you're coming up on a year.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Wow. There you go. We're here 6 days a week.
6 days a week. Yeah, Sunday show and then Monday through Friday. Yeah, they're just having a hard time clearing this this V range and Friday mid.
When you're looking at the mid, you're just looking at the 5, right? Just so I can.
Oh, sorry.
See what you're
This
seeing?
is what this would be yesterday's midpoint. The yesterday's RTH session. So yesterday, not so
I'm
different mid,
extended.
not related to the OR, but yesterday's range mid. So if you just took yesterday's RTH candle and just drew, put the 50%.
Damn, that's some weird price action here at the highs. Nasty wiki action here.
Nasty, she said.
Nasty, yeah. Disgusting, actually. Okay, I know I said that if we get to 63 that I would want to long that. But these wicks are just, I don't know. Long wicks from the top, heavy selling pressure. They might just knife through that if they really wanted to.
Yeah, I honestly wouldn't mind taking a snap long at this.
Where on NQ are you
Pulls back
looking
a
at?
little more, like 680s.
680s.
Right around here. I'll just watch what happens here.
Yeah, so 670 is where the 9 EMA is on the 5. But like ES is so far from that, and it's at 63, which coincides with my fib level as well. Yeah, Mr. Josh, I see him at 74. He's trying to steal Christmas, trying to steal the Santa rally. Oh, Leo, do you think we get a Santa rally until the end of the year?
I mean,
Did we talk
didn't
about
we already
this?
start to get one?
I mean, not really.
Hmm.
Not really. I wouldn't say so. I mean, we had like the Christmas slow grind up. I mean, sorry, the Thanksgiving slow grind up. But that's about it.
I mean, from the lows, we've already bounced what? A decent amount, right? Like,
Let me see.
if we
Yeah,
go back
yeah.
to,
Yeah.
it's
500
a
points.
7% rally from a couple of weeks ago. So I mean, didn't kind of already started.
Oh, well, I meant like just people want higher from here. Much
Yeah,
higher.
I don't think it's off. I don't think it's off the table. I mean, it probably depends on FOMC tomorrow. a little
Yeah, it
bit.
does.
Yeah, I don't think this is a great trade.
What was?
I'm jumping along here at 85, but I think I'm just a little bit early still.
Oh, nice.
They're still selling the daylights out of it right now.
Yeah, you would want to see buyers at least step in around
I just took
30
myself
minute
out.
30-minute OR high. I could see that. 55-ish. Yeah, ES is at its 30-minute OR high here.
Yeah, I did have the short. Did have the short, but think, just bigger picture. It's kind of, we're going up and to the right.
That would have been a good short if you held. Yeah, seasonality hasn't really been much of a factor lately in the market.
Now they're gonna be like, you had the long. You had the long, Leo. It was there.
Wait, you closed?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, but I'm watching it. I think this might be a better spot now. Kind of bounced right off yesterday's close, the IB high. Seeing some bids kind of stack back up here on the ladder. We'll give it a shot. We'll just, trade small.
Yeah, I put a limit order at 61.75-ish. If we can drop 5 more points on ES. I just really don't trust these wicks. ES looks worse than NQ right now on the 30-minute. These wicks ain't loyal. It's actually hilarious. Wait, so Tracy, it would be just the last week? I don't see much to do here unless we go a little bit lower.
Yeah, I think this is worth a stab. I'm just looking for this, trend to continue. Decent little spot here. Yesterday's close. Weekly VWAP's right in here. Seeing some bids, firm up. So I'm just kind of letting it play out.
What would you
Probably need
say your TP would be?
Actually, I would be looking for the 700s for the first one, and then just like a new high a day. So I would
Okay,
want to
cool.
be taking profit as we are expanding to the upside.
Yeah, Kane says he'd sell 700s.
You'll sell it, then I'll sell it to you, or I'll be selling it with you, I guess.
One tick ruined my day today.
Ruined your day.
Well, it didn't ruin my day,
That's
but
pretty strong.
no, it didn't ruin my day, but it's a bit unfortunate. A bit unfortunate. Chat, are you guys also long or what are you doing? Long, heck yeah. Long. Long from where? Where did you guys get long? Short. Okay, we got a mix. Hey, you took the day off and yet you still tuned in to Ninja? That's awesome.
All right, I'm going to take one off here at 700. Just put my stop at break even here.
There you go. Nice trade.
Thanks.
Jim will be proud of your break even.
I know I had to
Stop.
do it just for Jim because last time he's like, Leo, I'm concerned about your stop.
Yeah, that'll make him happy.
Yeah. Maybe he will also like the stream. And it's a good time to also be like Jim and like the stream. There's 800 people watching. Not many likes, gonna be honest. It's a little low on the like count. So
We're probably not going to be able to leave.
I don't think it's that. I think it will not be able to come back, Salma.
I don't know about you, Leo, but I'm coming back.
I'll be
Yeah, a
back
lot
tomorrow.
a lot of people watching, not a lot of people liking. Come on, guys. It takes
Yeah.
literally a second to like the stream.
It's free too.
PDC, to my
In
knowledge,
fact,
is
if we get 600 likes, Salma will Venmo
Whoa.
somebody. Don't do that.
How much am I Venmoing?
Nothing. It was a joke.
No, but how much?
$20.
$20? All right, I could do that. That's doable.
No.
Buy
For real
somebody
though,
lunch.
don't. 600 likes and Salma mutes herself. Why would she
Easy.
do that? Why would
I
she
could
do
do that
that?
as well. Make my life easy. DSB, PDC, to my knowledge, stands for previous day close.
Yes, correct.
A lot of acronyms in trading.
Prior day, previous day, the closing price of the prior day's RTH range. So that would be the closing price at 4 p.m. Eastern time. Can you sell more, please? I cannot sell more, Kane. I will sell more. You know what? I'm going to target overnight high because oh, the overnight low did get taken out. Okay, never mind. Please don't.
Low.
Jim.
Hey guys.
Look at me.
Hi.
Look at my stop.
Yeah, listen, I noticed and I was very proud of you. I might even do an X post on how proud I was to witness it.
Oh, shoot.
By the way, on the likes thing, I lock XYZ in the basement when we don't hit our quota. So he's there now. I think we're getting close though. I think 600 was a goal, right?
Hey, I don't really have a problem with XY being locked in the basement, Let him stay down there.
Oh my God. More importantly, though, the subscription button, everybody. Appreciate the subscriptions, means a lot to us. It helps build the community even bigger, stronger, gives us a bigger outreach. High tides lift all boats. The community is awesome. You guys are listening. You guys who are in the chat, across the board, best trading community I've been in. And we have two superstars right here with us live. We have Selma and Leo. So hit that subscribe button. It's good
Jim, that
listening
was
to you guys.
nice.
Yeah, it was a good trade though, Leo. I mean, even though,
Yeah, I think I'm actually going to take it off because we're right near, we almost made a new high and just kind of stalled out there. And I'm not going to be a D for a T.
You should
So-
hold for the weekly open.
I mean, that would be a great target. That'd be a great target. I don't know. We'll see.
Chat.
What does the chat
600
want me to
likes.
do? What does the
600
chat want me to do?
likes. He holds till the weekly open. Till the G line.
Till the G line? Okay. Since you said G line, I'll hold to
Till
the
the
G
G
line.
line.
Stop loss, a couple of ticks up front or G line.
No, G line.
Which is, where is it? 750. So we got to tag this level.
I think it's very doable now that You know, it seems like
Yeah,
buying
I
pressure is
think you're
picking
right.
up here.
Yep, I think you're right. So
There's a lot of
there's
things moving, man. I mean, Bitcoin's moving on the upside. We got copper moving on the downside. Silver hit that $60 level. There's all sorts of stuff that is moving today big time.
you guys are getting me hyped. We're going to 750. Kane's getting stopped out of his shorts, and that's it. That's a wrap.
Oh my God. Anyway, you guys, great job today. This afternoon, everybody, don't forget we have XYZ, and I believe Jack is with us tomorrow. Let me double check that. Yeah, XYZ and Jack this afternoon for Trade the Close. So we're looking forward to that. I have no idea who's here tomorrow. We'll figure that out later.
I'll be
But-
on tomorrow with Kane.
Oh, there we go. All right,
Yep.
cool. All right, I'll wear my F1 outfit tomorrow.
There you go.
All right. Well, thanks again, Leo. Thanks again, Sam. I'm going to do a quick edge report. We're going to end this morning. Appreciate you guys being part of NinjaTrader Live.
Thanks, Jim.
Thank
See
you,
chat.
guys. See you, chat. Ciao.
All right, we have a lot of moving parts here today. I mean, this was the day before FOMC. Nothing's supposed to happen. But let's take a look at the micro Bitcoin. This is the Bitcoin, and this is, I'm going to use my graphical tools to kind of really hammer this home. I mean, we have an IB initial balance breakout to the upside, and I even circled it with an ellipse. And we had 1, 2, 3 fairly large green candles, right? Fairly large green candles on this breakout. And guess what? I have another ellipse drawn right by that MenthorQ 1-day max. I'm going to be talking about these things all the time. 93,675. I drew a red arrow just to highlight it. We have these breakouts, we have these big trends, either up or the downside. I'm always looking for that 1-day max. Not only did we achieve it, but we kept on rolling here. We're getting close to that call resistance. So I'm not sure what news happened today to cause this, but this is a pretty big breakout for the Bitcoin. I mean, we're up over, almost 4% on the session right now, tracking up to 94, almost 95,000. So that was quite a big move. Silver, let's take a look at silver real quick. Silver hit $60. Now, in all fairness, 1-day max was in the middle of the IB range today, so I'm not going to yell at anybody for missing that one. But look at that, $60 psychological level, and we kept on rolling today, right past that call resistance. Again, super strong. This is the market of the calendar year, up almost 100% from January till now. Look at that, VWAP is straight up. We have that 9 EMA straight up. This is call resistance in the rearview mirror. And then we hit R3. R3, you don't often see R3 get hit, but we got R3 hit today in silver. And just trying to backtrack a little bit, let's just take a look at a daily candle. I mean, look at this. We have another fib extension that we've achieved. The next one up is, where's the next one up? Is 61.36. So that one's not too far away, less than $1 away for that next fib extension. This is a really nicely fitting fib extension. That's why I like to talk about it. A lot of times fib extensions on dailies aren't quite so clean cut, but this one's pretty good. So I'm going to be looking for that target as well. The other mover, although the opposite direction, is Dr. Copper. Dr. Copper, I mean, look at this. This is a pretty major sell-off here. We're down over 2% right now. Daily candle, boom. We're kind of breaking that 8 EMA, looking like we might even close below it. Cut through that 23.6% fib, and now we're target. Look at that 38.1% fib. It's right by that swing high. It was almost a double top swing high, but that swing high back on October 29th, so a perfect target on the downside if this thing continues to go down. And so, we have some markets that are moving today, folks, in addition to the stock index futures. I just wanted to point that out today. Well, that's the late morning edge report. I appreciate everybody being here with us this afternoon. As I said, this morning, I'm losing my mind. This afternoon, XYZ and Jack are coming back to trade the close. We had some great guests today, and we're going to finish strong through the rest of the calendar year. We're going to keep rolling here. We're going to have a few days off. We'll talk about that later. But in the meantime, everybody, have a great launch. Everybody relax, enjoy themselves. Hopefully we'll see you back here at 2:30. Oh, one last announcement. Tomorrow for FOMC, we are going to have an early afternoon session because we're going to have some panels and stuff like that to talk about FOMC. So tomorrow's going to be a lot of fun. Shorter lunch hour, but that's okay. Having said all that, folks, appreciate everybody being here. Looking forward to seeing you guys this afternoon.